Douglas Hazard just subscribed with Prime.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good evening, good day. Hello, 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 hello. How are folks? How are folks? I am Almantas, former professor, current VTuber, old man who loves old things. What is going on here? What is going on here? Somebody seems very excited. Also, I apologize if you've been here before, but Sugiyama Gawa. Aren't you? Am I mixing you up with somebody else? But are you the homesteading VTuber? It's like 3 a.m. I just ate shit. I just ate hard during an MTG game with some friends. My experiences with MTG are so broadly negative that I genuinely struggle to imagine how anybody has a good time playing Magic the Gathering. Oh, I just realized what's going on here. Oh my goodness. Okay. It's like, why is my model being weird? It's like, oh, my camera rotated around unexpectedly. Let me do a quick calibrate on that because now it's all messed up. There we go. Yes. I think your streams are very cool. Sugiyama. I think that you have very, very cool streams. He is doing a lot. I actually think they're kind of similar to my streams. He does a lot of just doing his he just kind of does his hobbies. He does carpentry and cooking and it's pretty cool. I like him. Xanadu, and to other people who might know Magic the Gathering here, the experience I had with Magic the Gathering as a youngster, not really a youngster, but I think this really should show a little bit of how old I am. The casual community that I learned Magic the Gathering from, to give a sense of how old school these people were and how out of touch they are with anything resembling modern formats, Ancestral Recall was a common card. Like, people were just using Ancestral Recall like regularly. It was just like a normal part of the game process, was for somebody to just whip out Ancestral Recall. There was between about 15 people, I would say 10 of them had half a dozen Ancestral Recalls. And the funniest part is that, like, I've told people this and they're like, oh my god, no wonder you didn't enjoy playing it. That was not actually the problem I had. That was not remotely the problem that I was having. The actual problem I was having... Well, I'm gonna take some more. The actual problem I was having as a player was that the people in this crew were, like, really obnoxiously rules lawyery. Like real obnoxiously rules lawyery, like talking over, not even rules lawyery, but like toxic sweaty, like talking over you when you try to counterspell kind of stuff. And I think if I had played, I think it's probably in some ways a good thing that this is what happened, because in truth, I think that if I had continued to play it, that just means I would have been more frustrated for a longer period of time. Because the core kind of gameplay expression that you are doing in Magic the Gathering is legalism. Right? Like, I don't think that that's unfair to say that that's, like, what you are doing at a really critical level. You are doing legal arguments. You're doing complicated legal logical arguments. And I just don't actually find that very fun. Like, going to law school is never something that I want to do. Right? That's just, like, never... there are things that would have been advantages for me going to law school and becoming a lawyer, but it, like, genuinely never appealed to me. It like, adversarial arguments over knowledge is something I despise. And I know I do a fair amount about it, but I kind of, like doing, like, logic arguments. I'm like, no, like, people should just be able to agree on the nature of the logic arguments that they're dealing with, and then, you know, we can worry about, like, arguing over values and arguing over execution and stuff like that, but, like, just arguing over the core logic of what you're doing is... I just find it unpleasant. And clearly people find it fun, right? Like, clearly people find it fun, but, like... It's very, like, upstream of the part of having an intellectual discussion that I find it all compelling and interesting. So, I'm not a fan of that. I'm not a fan of that. That's a lot more fair as I do. I definitely interacted with quite a few people who, like, this was not a, like, this was not a question of, like, oh, like, this person's excited about the rules. This person thinks that they can win a game. They can get a competitive advantage by talking over people. Very, very, very unpleasant to deal with. Very unpleasant to deal with. Not my favorite way to play a game of any sort. Yeah, you know the type. You know the type. You know the type. But yes. Crack in the neck a little bit. But yes. How shall I say this? I'm kind of curious about something here. So I'm just gonna test out something here that is hitting me. Okay, that's just not true. That's just not true. I need to go to here, follow name. The most recent follow is actually Sarek. I have met Sarek. To a game of chance and table flipping? Yes. Not pleasant. And again, like I said, I don't even like treating it as a game of wit. Because I just don't like competing like that. I just find that, like... I don't know, it just doesn't make me happy. It just doesn't make me happy. So I'm doing camera nonsense in the background while we're talking here. But yes, I hope everyone had a lovely weekend for the... I'm assuming that quite a few of the people here are non-Americanos, because it's fairly late o'clock for us Americans. We are into... Today is our Labor Day. You know, it's our day for celebrating... the works of unions and their contributions to the United States and our people. Which is to say, it's the one holiday that I can remember. It's one of the only holidays I can remember a president going on TV and saying it's like a bad that we have it. Barack Obama does not like Labor Day. He thinks, oh, He thinks that Labor Day should have been replaced with or should be supplemented with a corresponding Bosses Day. Very goofy of him. And I've gotten more PvP tolerant as I've gotten older, but I'm still like not. I still like don't get a lot out of them. Yes. We don't celebrate May Day with the rest of the world, somewhat ridiculously, but we do celebrate Labor Day, which is a day off, and again, it's to celebrate the effects and of the workers and the unions that have made our country successful and survivable and worth living in. And yeah, Barack Obama proposed that we should have a, what do we call it, a Bosses Day, a corresponding Bosses Day as a follow-up to, what the hell just fell over? Okay, as a follow-up to Labor Day. Also, hello, Mix. I didn't get in hellos at all. Hello, Seribots. Hello, me. Hello, Xanadu. Hello, Almantas. Hello, Blossazar, and thank you for the Bezos bucks. That's very kind of you. Hello, iPop. Hello, Numi Fizurumi. Hello, Rifter_ZC. Hello, Sugiyama Gawa. And once again, I do like your content. I do think it's quite cool. And hello, Noise Marine. And hello, Mix. And who am I missing? Hello, Dozing Clip. There we go. That's who I'm missing. Yeah, bosses, they should be allowed to. Yep. Yep. That makes a lot more sense to me, right? That's coherent. That's sensible. That makes sense. I can agree with that one. Sorry, my camera's being very goofy. There we go. There we go. But a redistribution of organs. The purge, but you get a penalty for wealth. See, I've had my insane plan for income inequality, for fixing income inequality, and perhaps the entire United States, is that if you have more than a certain amount of money, let's call it $100 million, right? If you have more than $100 million, anybody who kills you gets to keep all of that money. Just total loot rules for people who are over a certain amount of wealth. That feels like a good way to encourage charitable giving. And job creation, right? That's how we can spin it. It's a business. It's a business incentive. It's a capital investment incentive. You know, that's how I view that. That's what I think. 100 million, I feel like I'm being pretty generous with that. You know, 100 million, like 100 million is like you can live in the kind of luxury that a medieval king can't even dream of. Yeah, it's that's not like, I'm not even talking about like I'm not like limiting people to like owning a single house. Like you can live in an incredible luxury on $100 million. That's grotesque, even levels of luxury. I think it's a very reasonable compromise. Above like a much more extreme version, right? I think that there's much more extreme versions that I don't think would be particularly productive. But here's a question, chat. Also, give the shout-out to my good buddy Mix, because this is my channel, and I get to shout out my friends as much as I want to. Here's a question. This is a very dumb question. A very silly question. For doing kanji study, should I list that as reading and writing, or co-working and studying, or art, or just chatting? I'm just. This isn't important. This isn't actually like important. I don't think this matters at all. But like it is. I feel like all of those are justified. Also, hello Ion. Hello Ion. You say reading and writing. That's what I usually do. You think it's more co-working? Okay. Hello Sunnyshine. Hello Sunnyshine. Well, it's I might legitimately use the one that has the fewest people. Yeah, Mix has the thing. I mean, just chatting, there's definitely like a justification there. Well, reading and writing has been an interesting category, right? Like, my friend Vex has been encouraging me to use the reading and writing category because it's a small category. There's not a lot of people who are reading and writing primary, and she's one of them, and she's friends with most of the people who are, like, reading streamers at this point. It's a very small community, and she wants to encourage it, right? She wants to encourage it, and so do some of the other people involved, and I actually was kind of worried that I would get kind of bumped from it, that, I might do co-work and studying just because I never use that category. The writing one has been kind of interesting, right? Because one of the things that's interesting about the category is, like, you will get people who come in who are looking at the category. You know, right? Like, if you have Voices of the Void up, you're going to get people who are really just invested in Voices of the Void, and that's fine. But this isn't a problem, it's just kind of interesting that when we've done reading and writing streams, I am up here and I am doing calligraphy, right? I'm doing calligraphy, and I'm doing calligraphy, and I'll be talking with, Nyano, or Mix about the news, or some nonfiction writing stuff, or some technical history stuff, or something like that. And then people come in and ask a bunch of, like, what if questions about fantasy plotting, right? Like, there are people who are doing writing. There are people who are, like, writing a fantasy story, like either a novel or like a D&D adventure, and they feel stuck on a plot point, and then they are just kind of like walking through the reading and writing category, just kind of randomly asking people for advice. And that, I'm not even like opposed to it, it's just like an interesting phenomenon. In the same way that, like, if you're playing Dark Souls, you're going to get people who come in and, ask you, like, oh, like, which bosses have you beat, right? And, Mix is far more negative about this than I am. One of the people did have a very queer question that, like, it was so strange that it is, like, I'm still kind of thinking about. I'm not thinking very hard about the person who was just like, the couple of people who came by and were just like, what do you think would happen if X? And it's like, well, whatever. I'm like, well, whatever. Like, sure, here's what I think might happen. But I'm thinking about the person who was like, I have this character, and how do I convey what this character is about to other people? How can I convince other people to read about my character without writing a novel or a timeline? And it was very strange to me because, like, I am much, it's a, yeah, you understand this community much more than I do, Mix, and it's entirely possible that other people in chat would be more familiar with this way of engaging with art than I am. I am very unfamiliar with this method of engaging with art, and I just realized why it seemed like my stream was chugging. Okay, that was very funny. Oops. But yeah, it's a very it's to me, it was very alien. It was a very unfamiliar form of engagement. yeah, how do I build this engine without using tools? Or like, because to explain to people, like, part of why this seems so strange to me is that, like, I don't quite understand what a character is without the stories that they're surrounded by. Well, I mean, to me, it makes it sound like this person. I don't actually know. It was so strange to me. It was so strange to me. Yeah, that mix is coming kind of where I am getting kind of lost. Is like, I understand at a sort of basic level. There's kind of like two things about writing characters, right? One thing about writing characters is that, like, you are writing characters, usually when you are writing fictional characters, is a as a piece of a narrative tool, right? The character exists in the context of the stories that they are written in, and so you make a story and then you make characters that interface with that story in interesting and compelling ways, which is usually how people write characters for, like, novels and short stories and movies and TV shows. And then there is a kind of, like, creating characters that are a little bit more freestanding, which is more for TTRPGs would be the most extreme, but that's also kind of arguably how you make characters for, like, comics or serial fiction, or like Sherlock Holmes, right? Sherlock Holmes has an intended role within the story, but the idea is that he's supposed to be able to, like, transcend the individual context of any individual Conan story. And it's, well, intended for a vignette, but also it seemed like intended to be, like, open-ended and not, like, have any specific story that they interface with. Like Batman is a very extreme example, where Batman's character traits transcend so far their the boundaries of individual Batman stories that there is a kind of, like, freestanding form of Batman. There's a platonic form of Batman that exists out there in the universe that stories of all kinds and all shapes by all sorts of people can dig into, and they can invest in and use and dip into this form of Batman and replace the form of Batman. But I don't really, I think it kind of works the other way than, like, you create the character and then you just kind of, like, allow them to exist in random narrative context. I will not comment on the Jungian archetype thing because I'm much less familiar with Jung than at the very least Mix. I am thinking about Plato because I am reading Greek lessons, and Greek lessons is really good. I have, like, 20 pages left, and I'm going to be quite sad to see it go, but, like, Greek lessons is the kind of book where I'm kind of like, I think that Nobel Prize was pretty earned. Or maybe even the other way around, actually. The Nobel Prize is lucky that Han Kang accepted it, right? Like, that's where I'm kind of at. Like, this is a Nobel Prize is burnishing itself by letting by being allowed to interface with Han Kang. What a writer. And yeah, that's actually where I was going with the Xanadu, is that, like, Batman and Superman and Spider-Man, and for that matter, you know, Achilles, and Goofus and Gallant have gotten to the point where they become this kind of, like, archetypal thing. Is the Batman is the ego, Joker is the shadow, and Gotham is the anima. Nice. And excuse me. Yes, Ion, this is the thing. This is the thing. This is actually a very important and cool thing, is that writing is actually the process of... Writing is actually a process of creation. Writing is an artistic process of creation. And this is the evidence of it, right? Is that, like, you can't create an outline and then, like, you start writing and then, like, everything falls into that outline. And I am a very structured writer, right? I've said this before. I'm very reliant on my outlines. I am very reliant on having a concept of what my piece looks like before I actually write anything down. I like to have all of my research notes and all of my outlines, and even my headers. I like to have those ready before I start writing. And yeah, this is why the rules are more often like rules of thumb than like rules of judgment, and people get a little bit caught up on them in both directions. I think sometimes people get caught up both on the like, oh, you don't need rules, and also like, oh no, I need to know all the rules. Planning is, well, here's the thing. Sharkray, I am very much a plan guy. I am very, very much a plan guy. I am a plan everything very deeply guy. I write very unnaturally. My writing style is deeply unnatural. And then I have to, like, in later editing, in like draft like 6, 7, 8, is when it starts to sound like a human is speaking. I actually kind of revel in how inhuman my writing sounds. I actually really like it. I think it rocks. Yeah, that's actually, Mix has it correct. Planning isn't writing. Planning is planning. Writing is writing. In the same way that planning a road trip isn't taking a road trip. Planning a hike isn't going on a hike. Like, it's... This is kind of the difference. The actual execution and process of it takes a lot of time, takes a lot of effort, takes a lot of craftsmanship. And again, I am a planner. Like, I am not a low planning writer. I am a long planning writer. I do not like to write extemporaneously. I do not like to write improvisationally, extemporaneously, and naturally. I like to write strictly. This is you've said this before, Mix, and I think it's a valuable way to put it. I think it's a valuable way to put it. I know some people are going to like bristle against that for reasons. Well, it's I think that part of what is happening a little bit in this mix is that people, because of the fact that grammatology is basically just not taught in school for like 80 years at this point, we're like 80 years deep into grammatology just being extinct as a thing that you learn. We have turned grammatology into something that you learn like as an appendage of learning how to write, because when people have an extremely crude grasp of grammatology, writing becomes much more difficult. Yes, this is the thing, Mix. It's important for structure and communication, which isn't the art, but it's also really hard to even communicate to people how to get at the art until they have some sort of firm grounding in the structure and communication. It's a little bit like if we didn't teach people how to walk, and then we had soccer class, and then like you go to soccer, and then it's just like a lot of learning how to like walk and run, and like you don't really it starts coming at the expense of learning how to work with the ball and learning how to pass and stuff like that. That you are learning how to do things that are a lot more basic, and it is kind of like, I get why that's frustrating for people who are taking writing classes and taking writing courses, and it's worth saying like there are places Also, my god, I should take an entire class on light sources because I can tell in my miniatures painting that my inability to understand light sources is absolutely murdering me at painting. And it is very frustrating to me because the underlying basic skill of that, to my understanding, my understanding of light sources as a part of artistic technique is that it's a lot of geometry and a lot of spatial memory, which are things I actually feel pretty confident at, but it's just something I just like don't quite keep track of it properly when I'm doing painting. Yeah, it's not how you move your hands, how you arrange your lingual expression. And the thing about rules that they often don't quite get at, and I think this is a problem of the skill became devalued. The skill became devalued, and I think it became devalued because it's hard to put on a standardized test. Like honestly, I think it's hard to test writing artfulness on a standardized test, and therefore we don't teach it. And because we don't teach it, that means that when you get to the moment where you're learning it, the teachers have to teach it in a very like weak manner. In a very like weak and fast manner where it's not even really like suited to the type of classroom they're teaching. And it's because there's a lilt, there's a rhythm, there's also this is the thing about rules, right? This is the thing about rules is the rules aren't, they're not like, well, actually, in a lot of ways, they are like criminal law. In a lot of ways, they are like criminal law. The way that criminal law actually works is if you break the law, here is the consequences going to happen. That's the way the criminal law actually works. Is not, you are not allowed to do this, but if you do this, then X thing will happen. And this is kind of the thing that they are teaching you with teaching you like grammar rules and stuff like that. Is not like, oh, these are things you're not allowed to do. It's, if you do X thing, people will read it Y way. If you use commas in this fashion, this is what people will think you said. If you do this thing, this is what people will think you did. And I do think a lot of grammar rules are based on an older understanding of English. Again, because grammatology basically collapsed as a field like 80 years ago. It basically like died in like World War II. And so there's often interpretations that like don't work, like splitting infinitives, right? Like splitting infinitives isn't a thing that causes you to have an incoherent sentence. That's fine. You can boldly go somewhere. To boldly go, right? This is something that like people were mad about in the 60s. To boldly go where no man has gone before. Right? Like that was considered just flats, that was considered just like flat out incorrect as compared to go boldly. And it turns out this does not matter. It turns out this is not actually how English works. This is a problem of applying Latin rules this is a problem of just bluntly applying Latin rules to an English structure. It just doesn't matter. And like, yeah, it just doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. And so it means that to boldly go has just like a different cadence. And the reason why you'd use to go boldly versus to boldly go literally just depends on the cadence that you're going for. So this is like, again, like that's a rule that you should be learning is like, how does this fit into your rhythm? How does this fit into your cadence? And how much attention are you trying to draw to different words? This is a lot of it, right? Like how much attention are you trying to draw to different words? You know, important rule about writing is that the most important word in a list is the first word, and the second most important word in a list is the last word. Like, that's just what's going to happen. Yep, thank you, Sharkray. Yeah. It's there is like a physics check on there. There's a physics check on there. And I should also back up what Mix is saying about the nature of academic writing. Academic writing is, as he said, academic writing is for talking to other academics, and academic writing has a very straightforward purpose of you are trying to demonstrate to other academics that you understand the field well enough that they don't need to fact check you. That's the actual thing that you're doing. There are two elements to it. One is that you're trying to convey your argument in a way that academics find smooth, which is why it's so much about received wisdom. This is why academic writing is such a received wisdom field, as opposed to a rational field, and especially as compared to a more critical field. You are studying the way of writing in an academic context because if you write in the way that academics expect you to, then when people read an academic work from an academic perspective, it's smooth. The process of learning about it is smooth. Inactivated their almonds, yeah. And it is one of those things that's like very interesting to me living in 21st century United States, where academic phrases that have very specific purposes take on this very weird valence in public spaces. So one of the ones that like came up in an interesting article recently was unhoused persons. I think it's like politicians don't talk about unhoused persons. Republicans do a little bit. But unhoused persons is a term that is used in policy discussion because unhoused and homeless actually kind of mean different things. Hello, Gringotts. Good to have you here. They aren't just like synonyms. Unhoused and homeless are not really synonyms. A homeless person can mean... Homeless is a larger term. It includes... there are some people who are homeless but are not unhoused. Any person who's currently like in the homeless system, anybody who is currently like in the system is a homeless person, even if they're in like a semi-steady shelter state. If they're not considered to have their case closed by a homelessness system, by like your Department of Homeless Services or whatever, then they're still homeless. Unhoused. Unhoused is a term for people who just like don't have like actual housing. And there's actually like multiple more terms. There's actually multiple more terms that are... Sharkray, this is about technical. These are technical things. These are technical questions. These are not questions that like should matter politically. These are questions that matter for doing analysis. If you are in an academic context, or for that matter, a policy or legal context, then there's all sorts of distinctions that become really meaningful and are useful to have terms for. Hello, Kara. What a time to get a raid. Hello, Kara. Hello, lovely Kara. Hello, Tricio. Hello, Cookie Mini. Hello, folks. I am guessing that you were still playing Divinity Original Sin 2. How was DOS 2? Hello, Eclipse Bun. What we were talking... yes, also, yeah, Mix also rating in. We were talking about technical jargon and writing as a skill, and I was highlighting that there's some piece of technical jargon that have taken on a weird life in the public sphere. have become very frustrating to me, because like they're like weird technical terms that that mean things in civic research and public policy and academic literature that you just don't need to use in public, and then like they have a public use that is not like that doesn't match up very well, and it takes on like weird valences and becomes very frustrating. And hello, Retracted Fluff. Hello, Retracted Fluff. But yeah, a slightly academic discussion. We were mostly trying to talk about it in terms of, like, why you learn rules in writing. And yeah, Sharkray, that's exactly what I was talking about. That's exactly what I was talking about. Is there anything goofier than the thing you said about speaking to animals? Because the speaking to animals thing is amazing. The speaking to animals thing is amazing. I love that. There was actually Shark Ray, we've reminded me. Does anybody remember the specific one with Naomi Wolf? Yeah. Yeah. Where is this? I have to look this up. Okay. There we go. Here's what I was looking up. So, here's an example where somebody really fucked up on understanding a piece of jargon in a way that was incredibly embarrassing and deeply, deeply funny. So, Naomi Wolf, who is a hack, I just want to be clear here. Naomi Wolf is not somebody you should respect. Naomi Wolf wrote a book about the criminalization of sexuality. And she talked about all of the various people that had been executed in the United Kingdom for homosexuality. And then she goes on a podcast to talk about it and talk to there's a historian on the podcast, and live on the air, it was an incredible thing to listen to. I really should keep a recording of it on hand because it's amazing. Live on the air, the other historian points out that the legal phrase in the legal context we're talking about here, which I think is 19th century, or is that 18th or 19th century Britain, is death recorded. She would encounter the term death recorded in a court case. And she would list that as a person who was executed for being gay. The problem is that death recorded is what judges wrote down when they dismissed a death penalty. It's not the term that they wrote down when they executed somebody, it's the term that they wrote down for we're dismissing the death penalty. So that creates a problem for your argument. And it was a lack of familiarity with the technical term. Like, and a deeply embarrassing one for her. Deeply, deeply embarrassing for her. And yes, well, there's always a lot of these things. It's again, these are people who went to court and were charged with a crime, right? These are people who went to court and were charged with a crime. And this, yeah, this was a thing that I thought was pretty, a pretty profound error, and I've taken that as a really strong lesson in, like, please read your secondary sources. Like, don't just read primary sources and assume that, like, somebody writing in the 18th or 19th century is speaking the same kind of English as you. That's very silly. And my understanding, Gringotts, is that a person in that situation would be both homeless and unhoused. But they would not be rough sleeping. Which is what the British use. I believe Americans use street sleeping or street homelessness as the specific term for if a person has no is like literally sleeping on the street in the open air. Which, again, these are important distinctions because people who have been placed temporarily in a hotel room would be considered homeless but not unhoused. It's so that's where, like, we get into these distinctions. Like, a person can be, if the shelter system places somebody in a hotel room on a medium-term basis, they're definitely still homeless, but they're not unhoused. So yeah, that's kind of where that distinction comes in. But yes, learn. It's worth reading your secondary literature. This is the we were talking about, like, I talk often about the I don't think strictly. I think that is usually how it works, Gringotts. But again, like, it's actually a weird thing where homeless is a term, but homed is not. It's very strange. I'm not familiar with people talking about people who are, like, homed. I'm used to talking about, I've talked about people who are housed, and people who have permanent residences. A person who's homeless is a person who does not have a permanent residence, but that's not, I don't know if we would define that as a home. It's weird. It's a bit of inchoateness. Also, hello, Cotton Candy, and please have a nice rest. Have a nice rest. Rehomed is a term. Rehomed is a term, but I'm not familiar with, like, homed being a term. Or like legally, what is your home? There's legally, what is your residence? Homing missile takes on a new context. Yeah. I don't think people ever used homing pigeons to deliver weapons, so I suppose that there's no reason why you couldn't. Well, actually, no, there's actually a really good reason why you couldn't, which is you'd need to capture intact homing pigeons and, like, know where they're going. Actually, now I'm wondering, like, if you were a military commander in the days of the homing pigeon, when the homing pigeon was a really important resource, was that going to be would you like release all of the homing pigeons if you were about to lose them? Like, could you reasonably capture homing pigeons? I guess I'm asking if did medieval armies have a fixed doctrine that they regularly practice? Like, ridiculous. Kara, thank you for stopping by. I adore you. Have a good night. Folks should know, if they don't already know this about me, I adore Kara. I adore Karatsune. She is a delight. She is very fun. She's her live 2D should be coming soon, right? Am I recalling correctly that your live 2D is in process? So yes. Please, folks, check out Kara and be nice to her. Live 2D art is almost done. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Now you have the incredibly fun process of getting it rigged. Wings are hard to draw. I understand, or I accept uncritically, because I am not a drawer. I have functionally, I don't think I've ever actually drawn wings in my life. Unless we count like wings of a plane. I might have drawn wings of a plane when I was little. Wings are in fact hard to draw. I'm very much laughing. I'm probably going to be permanently amused by Arthur Morgan in Red Dead. Like, when you're getting quests, like somebody, like there's little like drawings in your quest log, and those drawings have to be done by somebody, and the only person that makes any sense to have drawn all of those things is Arthur Morgan. Like, it doesn't make sense for it to be anybody else. And then it's just like Arthur Morgan going around and being like, the only thing I'm good for is killing. And it's like, you are like the best draftsman to have ever lived. Like, you are unbearably beautifully good at drawing things. Let's see if I can find it. Hello, Jazzahall. Hello, Jazzahall. I don't think these are from game. I don't think these look like in-game illustrations. Oh, this one's... No, that's not in-game. That's not in-game. We are going to ads. I'll try to find it while I get some water. I am thirsty as hell. But I will see you all in a few minutes. Oh. Oh, right, I'm back. I'm back. I am back. Yes, this was the, hold on, let me find the image. I might need to apply a brightness to it. It's quite dark. But, window capture. Yeah, this is the one I was thinking of. Like, there's no way for this to, like, make any sense other than, like, Arthur is the one drawing it. Also, have a good night, Zandu. There's no other way to interpret this other than, like, this had to have been drawn by Arthur. Like, who else would have drawn this? What a maniac. like, what a maniac. I'm going to try co-working and studying. I'm just going to see how this goes for me. I'm just going to see how it goes. I am just going to see how this goes. But we are going to get to the kanji part of the day. We're going to get to the kanji part of the day. It's kanji time. Just rearranging some of my windows here. Okay. I'm going to be wasteful with paper because I am on stream. There we go. Yeah, kuro. Tempering. It's metal. Let's do east. But I don't actually remember. Alright, I'm gonna put that on as hard. Incense. We've had... Hold on. I think incense is... like that. I think it is Wheatfield Day. Kaori. Task is spear, walking legs, power. I'm gonna redo that one again because I'm not happy with how it looks. There we go. Stomeru. Single. I like this one. I think this one's cute. I think it was cute. This is dog insect. What do single guys love? They love dogs and bugs. That's why there's so many bug girl VTubers, right? For all the single dudes. Grass Fang is a bud. Queen is woman. And then this kind of like selfish character. All men are Gonta from Danganronpa 3. It would be really cool if I understood what that meant, but I'll trust you, Jazzahole. I'll trust you on that one. Waver is dog. Chieftain. I know so little about Danganronpa. The main thing I know about Danganronpa, and hello, Rabid Mutt. The main thing I know about Danganronpa is that... main thing I know about that character, I drew it poorly, is that for years, the only English language translation was a fan translation that was being done live on the Something Awful forums. And somehow the game, like, had a Tumblr following before there was an English language translation, because Tumblr's a very strange place. I could believe that. I don't think that that's, like, uncredible. And so the Let's Play forum on Something Awful was the only place to experience Danganronpa without speaking Japanese. And so they would periodically... like right around the time that there would be updates. So this was so important to the Something Awful ecosystem. That one thread was so important. That the Something Awful would close, would paywall the Let's Play forum whenever an update was dropped. Deeply funny behavior. Organize is... bundle. Worker. Taskmaster. And then truth. Low-tax... well, to be completely blunt, low-tax isn't actually that strange. Low-tax is actually pretty straightforward. Low-tax is a... yeah, the Something Awful forum, yeah. Hello, Miss Mochivus. Hello, Miss Mochivus. Did you just... am I recalling that you just got back from, travel? Is that accurate, Miss Mochivus, or is it something else? Am I misremembering? Yeah, low-tax is actually relatively easy to understand, which is... small business owner who abuses women. If you don't know those two things about him, he becomes very complicated and difficult to understand, but if you understand him as an abusive, entitled prick with a bunch of money that he doesn't understand how he got, but he didn't inherit it, so he thinks it's his fault, not actually very complicated. Very much a type of guy. Alienate. This one always kills me. Got back from a con! There we go, yes. Looking from a burnout nap. Well, I hope that you get more rest. I would hate for you to continue to feel burnt out. I'd hate for you to continue to feel burnt out. So please make sure that you're taking care of yourself. Concentrated, I believe, is wet agriculture. Yes, I got it right. Wet agriculture. Collect. Suspend. What am I doing? I'm trying to eat what you can. It must have been a very exhausting con then. Jeez. Yes, it is. Yes, it is, Rabid. That's why I put the banner up there that's telling you that it is backwards. Somebody last time I had the camera on, somebody redeemed the reverse camera, so it's on reversed until somebody redeems it again. So it goes. Suspend is like province feeling, and I wrecked it right there, but whatever. Kick on. Kick-on. Kick-on no con. Dose. Is... adjust cut. Yeah, it's mostly there because I will, oh, thank you. I need to make like a sound for that or something like that. It's mostly there because I will sometimes do calligraphy backwards. I'm gonna move the camera over a little bit to the right. Marine blue. Okay, hold on. Marine blue. I need to go through my color terms here for a second. So purple. Let's do purple. Purple, and then this is navy blue, which I did wrong. Navy blue, and navy blue and purple, navy blue, indigo, and hello Tohu Vavohu, and oi. Well, I mean, Miss Mochivus at my last con that I went to off Kai, I like barely ate. Well, no, I ate fine. I think I didn't sleep. I couldn't sleep while I was there. Really horrible insomnia trigger for me. But yeah, if you weren't eating enough, that's gonna mess you up something fierce. Oi, and let's see. What would be marine blue? I'm just gonna take the L on this one. Okay, that's about what I thought. I knew it had the... I knew it had this in it. But I couldn't remember the left side of it, so... So let's put that in again. Attend. That was rank, not attend. Okay, okay. I mean, Offkai is not for a minute. Offkai is not for a minute. You've got a while. There we go. Pop song. Nope, got it wrong. Envious. Not envy, envious. So hold on. So I'm pretty sure I can do this by elimination, but I think I know which one it is. I think this one is... something like this. Yeah, another 2 months. Another 2 months. Yeah, 2 months until Offkai. Ah, it's next. Dang it. Not sheep lack, sheep next. Yeah, your name changed again. Yeah, you're no longer Tohu Vavohu. You're Tohu Bohu now. Right now, like, that was very fast. Thank you. Yeah. Repay. All right, and tyrannize. Ooh, my pen ink has started transitioning over to the really cool purple colors. Now we're back into the cool purples. Deer, I like deer. Shka. This is just kind of a fun character to write. Shka. You've never left states. Oh, that's fair, Miss Mochivus. I am myself not a very going outside or traveling person. It's definitely takes a lot of effort to get me... Oh, boo. Definitely takes a lot of effort on various people's parts to get me to go to cons. It's definitely not something I would do on my own. And I tend to think of them more as work events than as anything else. It tends to be my first frame of reference for thinking about cons. Yep, Omori. Evaluates. Kyo. Remains. Hello, Ditigris. Hello, hello, hello. How you doing today, bud? Mains. I forget this one. Was it this? Oh, it was. Okay, I'm gonna put that on as hard. Found your workbook? Good, good. Good. I was right, I was right. Second guessing myself in a very stupid way. Offkai is interesting. Offkai is interesting. Other people probably actually have stronger opinions on it than I do. But if you want to meet American VTubers, a pretty large percentage of all of them are going to be there. Which is interesting, right? It is an interesting experience to run into a fairly large percentage of all English language VTubers. And also just kind of see how small the world is. Yeah, they absolutely are, Jazzahole. Hello, lesbian cats. Hello, lesbian cats. We need better non-binary nouns. We gotta work on this as a society. I think we're lacking good generic non-binary nouns. I think we can improve this. Placements. Ooh, this is Oku? Is this Australian? Shouldn't be. Sawdust is man glitter? Oh, jeez. Could be worse. Could be asbestos. I mean, I don't know that it's everyone is on the same page. It's also... Like, Offkai is simultaneously an industry con, but it's also kind of like a party con. It's... It's pretty messy. Almantas, I am in my New York apartment. You're in your new apartment. I just want you to know that you are beautiful and kind with a heart of gold and a brain of radioactive atomic density. That's very cute of you to say. Thank you, Orc Florist, for saying that I have an IQ of 92. I'm not going to lie, I am thinking about a post that's this old post that's it's hard to do non-binary pet names because asking somebody am I a good girl is one thing, but asking somebody am I a good person is like an existential crisis. And that's never stopped amusing me. Which is not really an existential crisis so much as like an ethical crisis. Yeah, that's fair, Miss Mochivus. That's fair. You naughty entity. Yeah, yeah, right, right. Yeah, lesbian cat, like yeah, like pumpkin and cutie are like totally neutral. I mean, most people call me the old man. There's not much. There's not a lot of need to be gender neutral with me. It's pretty straightforward. Bro is pretty neutral. Bro and dude, I've gotten so used to like the way Californians use them. Sniff is... It's dog breath, but I can't remember what the order on it is. I can't remember what the order on this one is. Is it this? Nope. Got it wrong. 5. I'm used to dude being neutral. But it's also, like, a pretty... I wonder if that's, like, a coast thing? I don't know. I think of myself as pretty Midwestern. But I somehow associate with the California accent, and I'm not Californian at all. I've spent so little time in California. Yeah, that's kind of where I've landed, is like if somebody really doesn't like it, it's not like a problem thing. Like I don't really, it surprises me, but it's not, I don't think, a problem. And it's, I guess I think about it, probably the more helpful way to think about it is like, some people don't want to be told that they're hot. Some people don't want to be told, don't want attention drawn to, like, their ancestry or their family or whatever. And it's like, yeah, fine, man. Like it's, if you don't like it, if it makes you uncomfortable, that's a you thing. Right? I don't think that trying to create a universal rule for what every person is comfortable with is valuable. Like, I don't think that trying to create universal rules for like how you use slang is wise. That seems pretty dubious to me. Hold on, no, that's wrong. Yeah, yeah, and I mean, different people are comfortable with different things and like different things, and I think we just kind of have to accept that not everyone is going to be comfortable. I can't remember if it's this or this. Okay, I'm gonna count that as correct then. Damp. Bad triple dot there. There we go, that's better. Damp. There we go. Obey. Oh, I mean, and hello, SSX Vegeta. Welcome in, welcome in. I've had folks who... I'm trying to remember, because there's instructions and obey both have the river have the river radical, right? They have it's a full river, and I cannot remember. I believe this is obey. Got it. I mean, I've had it. I called. I got called out for it just a couple weeks ago. It happened live on stream, so I cannot pretend it didn't happen. Yeah, I think it's more a matter, Insane Asylum. It's it does kind of matter what it says about you, right? Like, it's... Like you... To use the extremely obvious one, deliberately misgendering somebody else is more about you being an asshole than anybody else, right? It's not... Nothing else really gets accomplished. And so I think that's probably... Maybe so it's like me being like a defense-minded person. That... You know, I worry more about... what it gets me. Like what am I accomplishing with this piece of communication, right? What am I accomplishing? And I actually recently had this conversation with somebody who was oh, come on, it was a woman. I recently had this conversation with somebody who was like, oh yeah, my neighbors are being really obnoxious about my lawn care, and I think it's because they're trying to sell my house, so I will just obey the bare minimum of what they say, and then I'll actually make my house look even uglier in the hopes that it drives down their sale price. And I was like, well, but you just have neighbors that you don't like right now, and so you don't get anything by them having a worse sale price, but if they sell the house faster, you don't have those neighbors sooner. Like, I don't know if I'm being over rational or if I'm being over practical, or even if I'm being selfish, right? Like, and, you know, I ask myself if I'm going to be disrespecting somebody who has annoyed me, how much am I inconveniencing them and how much am I inconveniencing myself? Is kind of where I was really going with this. Mechanism is not contraption. Swift as a coursing river. There we go. Nice and smooth. Fair. Person cow. Who that? With all the force of a great tycoon. I actually cannot remember that song in English very well. Mulan was not, I don't even know if I saw Mulan, to be honest. It's left like so little impression on me. The only thing that's really left an impression on me was the conflation of the Xiongnu and Hun, which is really annoying because it doesn't really work very well. Like I don't think I think it's pretty poor. It's a bad geography lesson to give people, is where I'm going with that. And I remember seeing the Cantonese version of Make a Man Out of You, which I think is very funny. For an old Tumblr non-canon transgender character poll. Lesbian Cat, I have a really horrible thing to tell you, which is whenever I think about Tumblr non-canon transgender characters, by far and away, the first one I think about is the really, really horrible, tasteless fan art of Thomas Jefferson. Like that's the first one I think of. Like I like I've just shot 2 people in chat. just go, I thought that would affect Lesbian Cat, but just Jazz a Hall just like caught in the blast radius of that cognito hazard. And Jazzahol, I can mention it because Lesbian Cat reminded me. That's what happened, was Lesbian Cat reminded me, so... Hello, Nate! Hello, Nate! Welcome in, buddy. You love Tumblr, it always gives you fish art. It did not miss me, because, as is so often the case, my main lens for understanding online spaces comes from political commentary, and so it came up in, like, political and history commentary. I'm like, wow, we are losing the fight on educating people about historical figures. It's a dark moment, man. I mean, I am grateful that I was pretty peripheral, not completely peripheral, but pretty peripheral to the part of the world where people were really excited about Sign of the Dragon. I'm just gonna put that as easy because I want to yeah, Lin-Manuel Miranda stuff. Like, oof. Hello, Vine. Vine's live. What? Funny can't take a pee break? You goofball. You goofball. But welcome in, Vine. Welcome in, Vine. Vine's live right now. Vine is live right now. I like them quite a bit. What else is there to say? Yeah, I am live. I am live. This is true. This is true. This is true. Hold on, I'm doing something wrong here. So it's whole. This is grope. I'm writing grope. I'm not writing withdraw. I'm gonna have to take the L. So close. Sky. Finger sky. And I remember when I was learning Chinese, withdraw was more like totally different. Alright, it's totally different. L for me. The pinnacle of perfection. Gist is the running take, which I've always liked. Seal is bricks measure. I'm going to take a brief moment here to tell a story of one of my favorite things on the goddamn planet, which is... Yeah, running take for gist is I like it. I like that one. One of my favorite stories from all of video gaming is that in perhaps the most fucked game of all time in terms of just being like over the top, why did you simulate all of this thing? Even more so than Dwarf Fortress, which is Dominions. Dominions is insanity. It is a game about being a god and trying to kill every other god so that you can be the one true god. And is a strategy game. This is a strategy game where you have wizards and you can program the wizards. It's not real time, it's all turn-based. You program the wizards what they do when they get in combat. And the spell list for what you can teach your wizards to do is the Ditigris. Ditigris is a turn-based game where combat is two armies collide and then they fight out a battle automated according to the programs that you program individual units to do. The programmable list for wizards in that game is the Dungeons & Dragons 2nd edition spell list. I cannot emphasize to you enough how insane that is. Like, this is a game that has Wish. Wish is actually important game balance. Wish is actually a very valuable game balance spell. Like, it's bonkers. Yeah, no, Wish is not like an unbalanced, overpowered spell. It's actually really important for keeping the game balanced. But people make really good mods for it because the game is all 2D graphics, so there's not like a lot of limitations on what you can do with the modding. And once you learn all the spell triggers, which is like a learnable list, you can mod it pretty easily. People make a ton of mod nations, and they do some very creative mod nations. And there's a guy who's been making mod nations based off of Chinese classics. And they're incredible. They're beautiful. I love these mod nations. Zeus is a unit in the game. Zeus, the Thunder Titan, which is just based on Zeus, is just a guy. I guess it's a guy. And the oh yeah, Age of Mythology is such a more succinct game. Dominions is absolutely over the top. But yeah, there's a guy who's been making mod nations based off of Chinese mythology and Chinese classics. So like based off of like Water Margin and Romance of the Three Kingdoms and Journey to the West and stuff like that. And the one that's based off of Dream of the Red Chamber in Shuangzi is my favorite one. That's actually the Water Margin one is also based off of the Zhuangzi and a bit of Dream of the Red Chamber. All bees are brothers. An entire nations of bees that dreams themselves into illusory bandits. It's incredible. And the so one of the god chassis that you can use is called the Jade Seal. And the Jade Seal, for people who are familiar with Chinese culture and mythology, the Jade Seal is the Imperial Seal, right? It's the Imperial Seal. And I may as well write it down here, right? The Emperor's Seal is made of jade. It's the symbol of imperial authority. Here is seal in Japanese, Imperial Seal in Japanese, and it's the height of It's the height of critical, like, authority. It's the height of authority in Chinese governance. And yeah, band of brothers, exactly. And so there's a character, a god that you can play as, that is the Jade Seal, which is to say, a 40-foot tall sentient statue of a harp seal. The lore of which is that a disloyal brother of the emperor had tried to usurp the throne magically, and did a clerical error in his ordering and construction of the spell that would give him the imperial authority, and turned himself into a giant jade seal. It rocks. It rocks. What a game, baby. What a game. Mandate of Heaven is still useful to this day. It's true. You are absolutely correct about that one. This one I actually did a pretty good job on. Organized religion joke. Yep. Connection. I think I'm admitting defeat. Yep. And persimmon is the tree of the marketplace. Gaki. The orange ink that I use sometimes is this. It's winter persimmon. Fuyugaki. Fuyugaki is a beautiful ink. I love Fuyugaki. Reside. Obvious. Obvious is... what is obvious? What is obvious? I believe it is sacrificial fuel. Yeah, there we go. Ryo. Send off. Send off. I don't know send off. Okuru. Okay, so this is why I confuse it with deliver. Okuru. There we go. The limitation on my R rolling is mostly down to lung capacity and patience. Only rolls 1 R at a time. Strictly speaking, my accent doesn't roll R's at all. I'm just being a psycho. I have to invent excuses to roll R's. To go. Sloppy. Sloppy there. Mysteria. The sign of the tiger. Right? Like, it's just not necessary in my language at all. I don't think Japanese rolls R's either, right? They use liquid R. You had no uvula. Whoa. 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 You have no uvula. I did not know that was a thing. I knew that, like, sleep apnea surgeries can, like, reduce the size of that, but I didn't know they would just remove it all outright. I thought you needed that thing. Oh, that's true. That's true. You're right, Nate. That's right. Hora! I also rolled the H in there. Hora! Yeah. That's gangster stuff right there. You're right. Yes, that's called the liquid R. That's the liquid R in Japanese. Okay, we have finished. We have finished the Japanese. We have finished the Japanese. We are about to go into ads. We are about to get ads. So enjoy the fan art gallery. I am going to use the bathroom. I am sorry that you used small Mantas right before I go to the bathroom. I guess you're losing a couple of minutes, so it goes. But we'll be back in a few minutes, and I think we can go over to English language calligraphy. Hello, hello, hello. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. I just couldn't find the paper I was planning to use for practice, and so I kind of went a little bit crazy. That always drives me a little bit bonkers when I can't find it. And so... Because I kind of want to finish this... Yeah, it just bugs me. It distracts me. It distracts me, and I can't think about what I'm actually trying to work on until I get it resolved, right? Well, what did you do about it? Mental illness is a serious issue. And, you know, I think depending on how people define crazy, either I qualify as totally crazy right now, or I qualify as basically having never been insane at any point in my life, depending on what our notion of craziness is, right? Because I definitely have mental health issues. But mostly depression. Let's move this here. Yes, Lightbox-kun. We've got Lightbox-kun today. You know what? Actually, I am trying to be a little bit... I am trying to work towards... Not pens. Calligraphy. There we go. Trying to work towards making things look a little bit more professional. And there's a little bit of a limitation with the fountain pens. A little bit of a limitation with them. Where they produce a certain type of tining on them that is deleterious to my goals, right? It's... So the sailor out here. Let's get the sailor ink out here. And... and the syringe. Ah, there we go. Syringe out. Hello, Un-American Cheeseburger. Hello, hello, hello. I should probably change the title because I'm done with my kanji. I did my kanji for the day. We are just getting set up for the calligraphy. So let me change that. So let me just remove kanji. But yes, Un-American Cheeseburger. Are you an experienced calligrapher? Because I describe myself as a medium. We're going to be working Gothic today. I might work a little bit of Batard. I don't really know Pointed at all. I am not a Pointed man. So, and let's readjust the camera. Let's give the camera a second here to... Alright, there we go. Anabathian, interesting. Interesting, and hello, Blue. Hello. Well, yeah, I'm pretty much purely Gothic styles. A little bit of Carolinian, sometimes Insular. I dabble with Fractor and Humanist, but I'll be honest, when I do Fractor, I'm really just kind of like doing slightly jazzed up Gothic. I don't think I would qualify it as like truly decent Fractor. I always struggle with getting these things started. There we go. Oh! Cosmo Krill! Cosmo Krill. Hello, Corey. Hello, Corey. Let's give the shout out to Corey. What were you working on, Corey? What were you doing? What were you doing? I'm assuming Corey is a pretty skilled artist. So I'm assuming you were doing some sort of art, but I do not know. For the Raiders, my name is Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology and a current VTuber. And I do a lot of calligraphy, which is what we're working on right now. My feet is being a little bit watery. And let's try this hairline. Not good angle right there, which is why we're practicing, right? Which is why we're practicing, because I got my angle wrong there. Let's pull this in a little bit more. Rip Gen Alpha. Yeah, it is, you're playing Outer Wilds! Oh my goodness, Outer Wilds is one of the games. Outer Wilds is one of the games of all time. I love the Outer Wilds. Yeah, it was actually kind of interesting. Oh, yes, I should have said this. I didn't finish my thoughts with the Raiders. That might be... Is that better? No, this is better. Yes, I used to teach sociology, and now I VTube. I am anime online for money. And I do a lot of calligraphy. I'm working on my Gothic today. I might spend a little bit of time working on Betard, but those are the two scripts I want to focus on. And we're just in the warm-ups right now. Let's add a little bit more ink to this guy. I spelled quick wrong already. Great sign. Despite that, I actually feel like my letter forms are in pretty good shape today. It's Nestle Quick. Yes, and Shark Ray and American Cheeseburger, that kind of reminds me, oh yes, please rest up, Cosmo Kill. I'm sorry, I didn't say it. I'm a little bit distracted here because people are asking questions that I'm enjoying answering. For the Raiders, for all of the Raiders, please feel free to raid and run. I know that I tend to end streams when I am tired and hungry, so I will absolutely not judge anybody for doing the same. And Nyano, Mr. Manser. Oh, you're going to drop off as well, Die Tigers? Please, have a good night. Have a good night, Die Tigers. Mr. Manser. How is the Manser doing? Yeah, my letter forms are doing... Got back from DC? Excellent, excellent, excellent. I feel like my letter forms are doing pretty well. I feel like I'm hitting my guidelines decently well, which is a nice change of pace, right? Because I've been doing a lot of left-handed calligraphy. And I feel like my left-handed work, I struggle pretty hard to hit my guidelines. Pretty good S. Hell yeah, Mix. Hell yeah, Mix. Also, Mix, can you give Nyano the shout-out? I don't want to grab my keyboard. Yeah, this is... I'm definitely doing a better job of making my guidelines clean. Returning to right hand feels like taking, feels like taking off a blindfold. Yes and no, Blue. There is new Amtrak going there. It is not faster. And I know what you're talking about because I follow train nerds on Twitter, and a bunch of them were remarking how there were comments on it being like, "Oh, it's so much faster," and then it was like, "This is actually the exact same speed that it was previously at." Yeah, Un-American Cheeseburger. I was having a very amusing moment. I've been having no, yeah, it is the track's fault. It is the track's fault. Yes, it's not that the train itself is physically smaller. It's that, like, the limitation on doing faster transit between New York and DC is not like it's not like the engineering of the trains. It is the way that you do schedules. But yes, Un-American Cheeseburger, I was thinking about the fact that, like, people talk about, oh, when can we replace our bodies with perfect steel bodies? With perfect steel bodies and computerized brains and stuff like that. And as it currently stands, human brains are substantially more durable than any of the hard drives we currently have. Like data decays so fast. Like, all of our storage media that we use for computers decays so fast. It falls apart so fast. And so here's the thing, though, is I think that people are misunderstanding the brain uploading thing, right? So let's say that you are uncomfortable that you want to upload your brain to the computer. You want to replace your meat brain with a brain of stored digital information. Hello, Nuna. Hello, Nuna. And so here's the thing, right? Storing your memories and your mind on SSDs and HDs and even magnetic tape, is unstable. However, if you trust that the hardware, the software upload of your brain is a reasonable facsimile of your brain, we have another storage medium that we can put on your brain on. We have another storage media that we can put your brain on that will be much more durable, that we know will last thousands of years, and still work just as well as it does today. Clay tablets. If you're comfortable uploading your brain to the cloud, we should be willing to upload it to clay tablets. Yeah, hello Mina Majesty. What a funny time to have a raid. Welcome in Mina Majesty. Welcome in Mina Majesty. How are you doing, Mina? How are you doing? What were you up to? Please tell me about it. Mina Majesty VT. Please tell me about. Oh, sorry, we're being rate limited because we just shouted out Nuna, who's a good lad and just joined. But yes, Ultra Ninja 23 and Mina, I hope that you are having a lovely time. My name is Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology, and I do a lot of calligraphy. You've Overcooked. I love Overcooked. I actually really like Overcooked. I'm actually a big fan of Overcooked. I haven't played in a long time. I was never particularly good at it. But it is actually very much my style of game. And thank you, Mina. I'm actually feeling pretty good about my calligraphy today. I think I'm actually doing all right. I rather like Overcooked. I hope they had a lovely time, but yes. I do a lot of calligraphy, and I paint miniatures, and I talk about history. I have been on a bit of an ancient Roman history kick for the last 2-3 years. I tend to prefer to think about social history, although I'm reasonably sure that the book that I have recommended the most on stream... Well, actually, no, the book I've recommended the most on stream has got to be is either science fiction or economic history. But the third would be... number 3 would be an intellectual history book. So social history is not even hitting into the top. You've never seen English language calligraphy before. Interesting. Oh my god, that sounds like such a pain in the ass. How often do I think about ancient Rome? A couple times a day. But also Ultra Ninja, I am worse at, but still working on my Japanese calligraphy. That's what we were doing earlier on the stream. Was we were doing some Japanese calligraphy. We were doing Japanese calligraphy. It's still... I'm learning a new pen. It's a synthetic brush, very small pen, a Kodatake number 8. And so I'm still kind of learning its properties. It is a little bit hard to get good pull-ups on it. And so like the tapers on it, my tapers are not very good. But I think I will get there. I could also just try to get a softer bristle brush. But yes, today I'm working on my English language calligraphy. I suppose I could also do Latin calligraphy, but I actually don't speak Latin very well. Not really. I shouldn't say that. I don't speak Latin. I don't speak Latin. My second language is Japanese. Yes, I sent her that, Nyano. I sent her that. That's what I've been using. Where'd I put it? There it is. Yeah, that's what I've been using. A Kodatake number 8. For some reason, she wants to use the Pentel, because I told her that it uses the same converters as Pentel, and then she was like, oh, let's get the Pentel version of the brush. She's like, well, it doesn't matter. No, platinum, not Pentel, platinum. I think it's the same. I think it's literally the same company. It's just I think they mark up the platinum brand. I mean, she sent me the 40 instead of the 8. All right, fair enough. Yeah, well, I have complicated feelings about that, right? About the Pax Romana. The Pax Romana is a kind of interesting and complicated concept. Okay, Mina, are you wondering about Japanese or English calligraphy? Are you wondering about Japanese or English calligraphy? Because I have a very firm... For Japanese calligraphy, I don't really have a suggestion, but for English language, I have a very strong suggestion. I am very confident about what to suggest. Done more English than Japanese? Okay. Well, actually, I may as well just say it. Why am I bothering? Why am I bothering? If you are interested in learning Western calligraphy, this is the tool to buy. This is a Pilot Parallel 3.8 millimeter. Start with the 3.8. The 2.4 is not bad at all. The 6 is so big that you'll chew through paper in like 5 seconds, and the 1.5 is so small that it actually makes everything way harder. That's what you start with. Start with those. They won't take India ink. They have to take fountain pen ink, but I think that's fine. I generally think that's fine. Yeah, start with Pilot Parallels. Pilot Parallels are incredible. I'm not using a Pilot Parallel right now because the Pilot Parallels, particularly for the larger sizes, leave tine marks. But they also are much better at producing hairlines than dips. The other pen that I recommend if you just are buying a pen, same company. I need to get a sponsorship from these guys because I'm shilling for them so hard. Pilot Metropolitans. Pilot Metropolitans are quite cheap and they're extremely good. As fountain pens go. These things are really good. They're very cheap. Highly recommend them. Excellent. The Pilot Metropolitan is an excellent price point for quality versus... legitimately, there's not too many things that are all that much cheaper. Mina. Okay. I do. I do because I have actually been doing left-handed calligraphy. However, I can only do it in mirror script. I can't do it forwards. I cannot. I struggle massively with doing left-handed calligraphy forwards. I've been doing it in mirror script. They're not random numbers. They're historical dates. See, I'm not completely useless with my left hand. Okay. So, they're historical dates. Mostly Chinese history, because I know Chinese history better than other ones. Avoiding the lefty smear. Okay, so... Actually, there are some lefter... It'll take me a while here on American Cheeseburger. So you might notice that I'm writing fairly far up. I'm not writing remotely on the same line. And it's honestly kind of hard to write calligraphy like this. Like, the pen angle is, like, really challenging. This is kind of an easier pen angle. And I actually know some left-handed calligraphers who say that if you're doing pointed pen calligraphy, the left hand is actually superior for keeping good posture. I don't do pointed, I do broad. But I have heard that from left-handed calligraphers that they actually feel like they are at an advantage with holding the pen properly for pointed. I will say that as is true of calligraphy in general, you do want to be somewhat careful about drying times. I am using I'm using a very wet ink right now, so I'm going to smear this like crazy. I'm going to smear this like crazy when I go over it. But yeah, so mostly it's that. It's mostly just like, notice how my hand is nowhere near the line that I'm writing on. And I guess you could I'm trying to think about this, because like, here's how I write right-handed, right? Oh, I knocked off some ink right there. This is how I write right-handed. You can see I'm like also not near the line that I write on. Oh, and a valuable tool to have, I don't currently have one right now, but a valuable tool to have when you're doing calligraphy, actually, hold on. That one. Paper towel. Paper towel, actually pretty valuable tool, particularly if you're using really wet ink. Which this ink is. This ink, I do not actually like this ink that I'm using right now. Just be very careful, very gentle. Let's see, I smeared it a little bit, but you can very carefully dab up excess ink to help things dry faster. So those are the suggestions there. So the famous story about Pax Romana, right? Who was it who said it? Was it Tacitus? Who said, they make a wasteland and they call it peace. That is one element of it, right? Is that the Pax Romana was built on bloodshed. Enormous, heartbreaking bloodshed. And the economy of the Roman Empire, like, leave no mistake about it, the economy of the Roman Empire was a slaver empire. Pretty much, yeah. I mean, that's pretty much how imperialism operates, yes. That is pretty much how it operates. And in the case of Rome, it's a little bit messier, because it's not like they were conquering places that were nice in the first place. I'll occasionally see people doing a little bit of revisionism where they talk about like, oh, like, you know, Gallic society would have done so many things if the Romans hadn't come in. It's like, well, I don't know about that. And like many of their contemporaries, it was a slaver society, but I feel like the fact that we can make the comparison doesn't invalidate the insight. That, like, I still don't want to express a lot of admirations, and I don't want to express too much positivity, admiration, and emulation for slavers, right? Like, I just don't think that it's ennobling to anybody to practice slavery, and I think that we can look back and talk about that critically, and thoughtfully, right? We don't have to restrict ourselves to thinking in a very in very simple language about like a whole society. Like, it's pretty clear that living inside the bounds of the Roman Empire was very good for you on average, nutritionally speaking. If you were one of the 85+%, well, about 80% of Romans, depending on the era, as few as 50%, depending on the era, Romans that would be called small landholders, or small freeholders. If you were small freeholders, then like, yeah, living inside Rome was generally better for you than living outside of Rome. And not just because of the fact that, like, living inside of Rome meant that you were less likely to get killed by Romans, but also because the value. It's hard to overstate the value for you as a small peasant if you are in a period of in an area that's less affected by warfare, because there's less of it. Like, there is actually less of it within the Roman boundaries. Like, there is an actual total reduction in warfare. It's not just a, like, war gets relocated to the frontiers. It's not a total conservation. There's actually quite a bit of meaningful, true reduction in warfare during the during the nicer parts of the Roman period. And that's actually really hard to understate the positivity of that. Classical warfare falls really hard on the peasant. I am sure that anybody who's interested in this has read Erdkamp, and this is something that Erdkamp makes very, very clear from his use of archaeological and literary sources, that to be a farmer in an area where there is where there's frequent warfare, where there's consistent low intensity warfare, means like 10-20+% of your crops are just getting stolen every year, and you're operating on thin margins. You're operating on very thin margins. The only way you know how. Well, and also, I mean, it's running water. Some people had, right? Like, it's not uniform distribution. Dang it. Whatever. This is a practice sheet. There's a practice sheet. The important part is getting my letter forms warmed up. Yeah, incredible violence. Just get it all out of the way up front. Again, I don't find the whole like, oh, like they did something that other societies. I feel like slavery is one of those things that's such a profound evil that I don't know. It's hard for me to get over that one. That's worth noting, right? Like people inside Rome, like, were critics of this, right? It's not most notably, of course, the slaves themselves, who are a pretty large percentage of the population. You know, the slaves themselves have some pretty negative things to say about slavery as a practice and about their experience of being Roman slaves. Of its time or of their time? Of its time or of their time? Because the person who I like as a theorist looking backwards, the two that I really like, Mina, are Erdkamp, who is mostly focused on food systems, and Morley. I really like Morley. And this is not Rome, but I think the accepted, like, canonical best political theorist of ancient Greece is John Ma. John Ma's biggest of their time. They didn't really have... I guess they had, like, bloviating... natural philosophers. So Thucydides is going to be probably the most valuable, you know, from a political science standpoint, of people in that era who are going to provide you with useful insights into how people in ancient Rome and ancient Greece thought about politics. It's probably Thucydides. Xenophon will come up. Plutarch. Actually, Plutarch. Plutarch's a really good one. Plutarch is really annoying to read as a modern because Plutarch is willing to lie about history in order to make the moral lessons that he is trying to impart on his students more clear. So, like, as a historian, he's really annoying. But the fact that he was, like, a pretty accepted... Aristotle's not a bad one. Plato's not a bad one. I'm surprised you didn't read it, Plato. It's worth noting that, like, it's going to be a lot of reading the primary sources for a theory pretext is going to be a bit of a challenge, particularly for the Romans, because a lot of them are going to... A lot of the actual, like, what is a good theory of... like, what is a good theory of how to run a country and stuff like that, is going to be expressed in legal arguments and case law and speeches, which are going to be, like, just reading them directly is going to be nonsense. You really do need to read those as secondary sources. Unless you want to, you know, learn Latin and become an expert. And I would not say so. I would not say so on American Cheeseburger. I would say the first historical or revisionist is Thucydides. You know, historiographically, right? Historiographically, our list of big Western historical writers, the first two are going to be Herodotus and Thucydides. And Herodotus writes a very uncritical history, and Thucydides does not like it, right? Thucydides is highly critical of Herodotus's history. And so, because he thinks that Herodotus is just writing down whatever bullshit he heard the first time without thinking about whether or not it was likely to be true, and without any sort of critique. And so, yeah, I would say that Thucydides is our first historical revisionist. Yeah, no, for Herodotus, yes. This is why Thucydides is number one. Sorry, did I mix it up at some point in there? No, Herodotus is the first one, and then Thucydides was writing critique of Herodotus. So Thucydides gets to be the first revisionist. History book was written half drunk in a tavern. I'm a little bit kinder to Herodotus on this one, where, like, I think that there is value in doing a primary source repository that's just like, look, man, this is what people said. I think it's a little bit irresponsible to not say, like, look, I think this one's bullshit, but the guy said it. But I do think, like, just unedited or just, like, direct, like, this is what people are saying is valuable, right? Like, primary source database. Yeah, just doing pure, like, man on the street nonsense. Just doing pure man on the street nonsense. Hold on, I gotta wait for Lightbox Coon. Yeah, we are talking about Herodotus skeletons. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. This did inadvertently... Sorry, Lightbox Coon is on fire right now. This did kind of remind me of a amusing thing that happened recently. I'm a New Yorker. And there's a plan afoot to do free bus fare, right? There's a plan afoot to do free bus fare in the city. And there was an article that was written recently about this, that they asked a bunch of experts, what do you think about this plan? What do you think about this plan? And the experts were like, oh, yes, please, Mina, have a lovely night. Have a lovely night. The experts were like, well, it's complicated, and this is what we think is a good part of it, and this is what we think is a bad part of it, and blah, 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 blah. And then they get, like, a man on the street comment. They, like, ask a random person on the street, like, what do you think about the free bus fare thing? Well, I can talk about that, Blue. But this is Zoran Mamdani's proposal. I personally am not a fan of it. It's like the one of his policies I don't like. But not actually for the reasons of MTA budget balancing, for a different reason. The man on the street comment that they got was, they found a Jehovah's Witness who said that no matter what, she continues to plan on paying the bus fare because as a Jehovah's Witness, she has a responsibility and a duty to pay her bus fare. And the reporter just, points out, like, well, it's no longer a duty if it's free bus fare. So, like, what do you mean? And she said, no, it's still my responsibility to continue paying the bus fare. Like apparently not really understanding it. I know Jehovah's Witnesses don't drink, but she just came across like she was really drunk. And then she got onto a bus without paying. Then she jumped on a bus without paying. It was incredibly funny. Just incredible incoherence. It's complete incomprehensible. Yeah, not supposed to drink. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when's the only time that Baptists don't say hi? It's when they see each other at the liquor store. But yeah, I don't mind. This is like a minor politics here. It's actually minor politics here, but low grade politics here. So Zoran Mamdani is our extremely liable next mayor, our extremely high probability next mayor for New York City. He's definitely the most thoughtful and intelligent person we've had run for mayor in a while, if you don't count Brad Lander, or Garcia, but like they were never front runners. Outside of niche candidates, he's probably the most thoughtful and intelligent one we've had, and his housing policy I think is really good. But he is talking about doing free bus fare for all New Yorkers. And things that, like, there's a couple of things about this that is kind of complicated. So a first thing you might note if you are familiar with New York City politics is the mayor? And you'd be right to ask that question, because the mayor doesn't control bus fares. The mayor doesn't control the MTA. The MTA is part of the state government. So what are you talking about? And however, that said, that we do have free bus fare programs in New York. They are usually just for individuals based on need. And so, yeah, you could extend that to everyone. That's an option. You could just make it so all New York City permanent residents have unlimited Metro cards, period. Right, like they can do that. And that's an option. The reason I don't like the policy, this idea, is not from a budget balancing perspective. There are other options for balancing the budget, but it mostly just comes down to, like, is this the best use of the money that we have? And the biggest reason why I don't like it is that free is a special price. I don't know if people have thought about this, but free is a special price. Currently, the bus is $290. Currently, Metro on a infinitely long ride on public transit is $290 per ride, $120 per month for unlimited rides. Yeah, it went up to $290 recently. But the thing is that politically, when something is free, people don't complain when it gets worse. That's the issue. That is my issue with it, is that people are willing to accept horrible service cuts and quality cuts. For things that are free. And so I would prefer that they keep it some sort of nominal price tag, just to, like, make sure that people still view it as a service that they are paying for, and not make it a rather than treating it just like a bonus. All right, Un-American Cheese. Oh, I didn't know that you worked at the zoo. Good luck, unless you mean the elementary school or something like that, in which case, really good luck. But yes, have a good night, Un-American Cheeseburger. It was a pleasure to meet you. Cheeseburger, I was spelling your name wrong. Saying it wrong. Hoomter! Good morning, Hoomter. I always get hyped when I say Hoomter. Yeah, it used to be like it used to be under $1 for a long time. It was $2.75 for a long time. Oh, excellent. And congratulations, Hoomter, on killing your roommates. Congratulations on murdering your roommates. Now it's tapping an IFD card. I'm still swiping. I'm a sicko. I'm still swiping. They want you to just tap your phone. I don't like that. I've been overshooting a little bit on my strokes. On my connecting strokes. This stroke right here is an overshoot. Goddamn IRL sims. Nice. Oh. I'm doing a different pentagram, I forgot already. Thank you, dumbass_LMAO. Thank you. Humter, were you... I know that Nyano's aware of this one. I think Humter's aware of this one. Were you aware of the Magic the Gathering deck that is Turing complete? Because I think it's very funny. This Turing completes. There is a Magic the Gathering deck that is fully Turing complete. That is to say, you can use this deck and you can cast Minecraft. The entire video game. You can just cast Minecraft inside a game of Magic the Gathering. Yep. Any Turing complete computer can run any program that any other Turing complete computer can run. So there's a Magic Gathering deck that can run literally any piece of software. Yeah, that's one of the consequences. That's one of the consequences. I will be honest, when you said armory, I thought you meant armory as in like the zoo. Yeah, that's one of the consequences of being able to make a computer, is that you can just cast Minecraft. Okay, yeah. I thought you were like a designate. I thought you meant like a very specific location, because there are places just called armories. You guys will never believe what the first computer was. Is this the D's nuts joke? Abacus. All right, folks. We are going to the BRB screen. But I'm not boring. Nice. Alright, right. I'm back. I mean, so it's worth noting that Hollywood has convinced you that tranquilizers are a lot more efficient than they actually are. Actual real-life tranquilizers are dubious, I think is the phrase we're looking for. That would be the phrase I would want to use. They're not super reliable. It's very difficult to like just putting it bluntly, it is hard to knock somebody out with sedatives without killing them in a surgical context. To just do it with like a dart that you're eyeballing on non-human animals is going to be considerably more challenging. Yeah. I'm being a dick in Vines chat. I don't know. I don't know if she's listening. I'm not listening on her side. So, but, so I don't know. But yes. So, folks, oh, I'm scratching my head right now. Next thing you'll be telling me that chloroform is going to knock her down a few seconds. So true, right? So true. It's absolutely not going to. It's absolutely not going to. Oh, let's gotta get the light back on. Gotta get Lightbox Kun back on. Yeah, it's not nearly valuable. Oh, sock. I'm socket. I'm the sock. Yeah, it's, you know, the line between like just make somebody kind of groggy and cranky and just kills them is pretty thin. Oh, that was a good one. That J is off center, but this one's pretty good. This P is pretty good. Yep, there's a reason anesthesiologists get paid so well. Though in fairness, I think if there's any lesson that is obvious in the 21st century, it's that there's not actually that strong of a relationship between the utility of a job and how well it is compensated. Like, as ever, you know, raise your hand in chat if your job is more, if you are doing more important, skilled, and impressive work than your landlord. Maybe skilled. I am pretty confident that everybody in this chat is doing something that is more socially valuable and more highly skilled than their landlord is doing. People who are unemployed, also, absolutely. People who are unemployed, absolutely. If you also happen to be a landlord, but if you own your own home, that may not apply. If you own your own home, this may not apply, because you don't have a landlord, you're just a guy. Un-American Cheeseburgers, thank you for the follow. MacGyvering when the nearest vet tech is multiple hours away? Oof. Yeah. Yeah, yep. The highest paid position at my last white-collar job, the highest paid guy's job was to, behave in a way that suggested that he was having a psychotic break and then fire anybody who pointed this out. So, many such cases, right? If I showed you some of the emails from that office, that would be a much less confusing series of statements I just made. Okay. God, I look forward to getting off of the sink. I think he was actually having a psychotic break. I'm just not a psychiatrist, and I didn't have that much access to him. I just think he was genuinely insane. You know, we would just get emails from management that were just fully incomprehensible gibbering madness, and then we just had to act like this was just like what leadership looks like. I don't think it was acting. I think the guy was just insane. Damn, hate when my boss is the Mad Hatter. Yep. He's a merger to dip right out with a massive check. Yeah, that's his job. That's his job, right? His job is to run the company into the ground and escape with the collection box. So true, Nyano. So true. So true. You're so restrained and so wise. Also TOS friendly, yeah. I am impressed by your straight Nanomancer on using the stick instead of just turning them inside out with your magic. Skinnius Autius. It's a steely wand you bought at a Ren Fair. Nice. Ion. Yeah, we know. We know you're hot. No need to brag. Well, see, Ion, what we're faced with right here is a, what we're faced with here right now Aeon is a philosophical quandary, right? A philosophical quandary, a linguistic quandary, a Wittgensteinian issue, right? Right. Where tell me if I make you uncomfortable by going into this, but we're gonna do a different Z here. If people are, what is being attractive if it is not the primary output of attractiveness, to my eyes at least, should be people being attracted to you. It's true, it's true, it's true. It's true. Nyano is a good-looking fella. But looks good in a way that suits cameras, and looks good in a way that people actually find compelling, intriguing, and attractive. That feels like it's a much more important measure of attractiveness, does it not? Oh boy. I feel like my dip nib was performing well for a while here today. Well, the thing, Vovern, is that Ion is saying that she is cute, but not otherwise particularly attractive, but then this has to live side by side with the evidence that that they are giving us in the court. The evidence in the court that Ion has given us that people of all genders solicit Ion quite extensively, and not in a just like being creepy and casting a wide net kind of way. It seems like they see, from what Ion is saying, it seems like they are finding her genuinely extremely compelling. And so I feel like they seem to be finding her genuinely very attractive and want to do sexy things with her. It seems to be pretty strong evidence of attractiveness, above and beyond anything that a camera might capture. The camera flattens, right? There's a lot of things that go into attractiveness that cannot possibly be captured in a still image or even in a line of images at all. You know, attractiveness is something much more complicated than just, like, having certain shapes. I think it's an interesting philosophical quandary, right? I'm gonna find another pangram. I am unsatisfied with my pangram list. I just want to keep on going through pangrams. We might do another whole page of pangrams. Well, this is a good one. There we go. That's a good capital W. That's really annoying, Blue. I mean, I could, but I'm not in the mood for it right now. Certainly not something I have the talent for doing off the cuff. Well, it's a lot of cognitive work, and I'm trying to work on my hand skills. And I am unfortunately an annoyingly perfectionistic person. It is not a generally good habit of mine. Go a little bit above the guideline there, on purpose. Oh, let's get a little bit more in here. Just a little bit from the syringe. There we go. When zombies arrive, quickly. Quickly. Bad E there. Also supposed to be a C. Dang it. Whatever. Quietly. Whatever. We're working on letter forms, and we're working on keeping my verticals clean, which the verticals I think I'm just doing okay on. If I focus really hard, I can get the verticals better. Let's see. Tricky letter form here, the D. A little bit more in there. I'm trying to add very little at a time because it seems to cause the pressure to get weird. And then it like spills out like that. Good A. Good A.
Good A. Good A.
Good day, Mr. Manser. Where the heck is... What am I doing with Fugies right now? Where are you?
Your best. You're currently chewing on my hat, man.
Okay, that's not bad. That's not bad. I'm going to shrink you a little bit so there's a little bit less in my mouth. Womp, womp, womp.
What's good?
It's shrinking you reminded me of the best episode, arguably the best episode of Venture Brothers, the part 2 episode where Orpheus and Venture Rusty have a competition over science versus magic, and the one they settle on is a shrinking competition. And the line that they use is "May the smallest man win." That's always stuck with me. I just thought that was cute. The one with the perfect man and Mecha Shiva. What an episode of television. And
I wouldn't know. I've never seen it.
Oh, you should watch Venture Brothers.
I know. I've been told. Dude. Well, I was trying to get like videos for my flight, right?
Mm-hmm.
It was so bleak, man. It was so bleak. I went to the Cartoon Network version, the Cartoon Network version of on HBO Max, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just completely decimated. Nothing left anymore. They just got rid of it all.
Dreadful.
That makes my heart weep.
We had it all.
It's true.
It all. Genuinely going to be hard to convince younger kids how good the internet used to be.
They'll never believe it.
They're right not to.
And there is only one way to bring it back.
Does it involve giving you ultimate power over the internet?
No. It involves outlawing algorithmic content feeds.
That would help a lot. But I think that it's the way that streaming services have produced this weird boom-bust cycle around consolidation has meant that, like, they're somehow both all too big and all too small at the same time. Like, we're not getting the benefit of actually having a diversity of options.
This is true.
But we're also not getting the benefit of consolidation.
This is also true.
Yeah, it's we've managed to hit like an anti-sweet spot on media consolidation.
Yep. Whenever like Blu-ray masters that they're releasing, for example, like the recent like Master Commander re-release, right?
Yeah.
Blu-ray was like $130 and it sold out in less than a minute.
People love Master and Commander. I still haven't seen it.
Me neither. Outlawing ads too? No. We had the opportunity to outlaw advertisements like back in the 1700s and it never happened, so they're never going away.
Well, it's
also, if you outlaw advertisements, then like the vast majority of entertainment available just becomes completely infeasible.
Speaking of which, you know, I appreciate all the people who sit through my ads, even if all that you do is minimize the browser and watch somebody else's stream for 3 minutes. So I appreciate all the people doing that. Advertising is making an increasingly large percentage of my income these days. I think it's just because of the switch to late night hours.
You're succeeding where Stephen Colbert failed. Allegedly.
Allegedly.
Allegedly. I have to throw in allegedly.
It seems extremely unlikely that that is that it was not a politically motivated.
It was losing $40 million a year.
They kept her on Jay Leno and he was losing them way more, so that also doesn't feel
sound
right to me. It's just like doesn't ring like a truth bell to me at all.
From an IT perspective, nothing pays like commercials. Dude, if I could get into doing like commercial VO, I'd be so happy, unless it was like pharma shit.
I wonder, I think it might be from a purely craftsman perspective, like a totally, no ethics here, no ethics zone, no politics zone here. I feel like doing the medicine commercials might actually be fun to do. Like, how fast and cheerfully can you talk about diarrhea? Right? Like...
Pretty fast.
I know, right? That actually sounds like a kind of fun
pretty
challenge.
Cheerful.
I think it sounds
if you
like
or a
kind of
loved one are bleeding from any orifices after taking Plexerta, please do not let us know. Do not contact your doctor. Just die. Save us some money.
Whatever happens, it's not our fault.
Whatever happens, remember, your tax dollars paid for this, and you have to pay $10,000 per dose.
That's one of those things that's just so ridiculous. I'm sorry. It's like actually hard to describe to people like how weird, how much worse the pharma system is than it even was in like the 70s.
Dude, I was having some conversations with some relatives that I was staying with in DC, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God. It's so bleak. It is so bleak, my man.
In what direction? Because I was assuming that, like... I usually assume that when people are like, oh, it's so bleak when they're talking about their family, it's like their family's like turbo-conservative.
Yep.
Okay. I was wondering if this was like, these are families who worked in pharma and were like, oh, it's so much worse than I expected.
Oh, worse. They work in government.
Brutal.
It's so bleak.
Yes, Vovern. Yeah, reading off the side effects at max speed sounds like actually sounds kind of fun. And
yeah, if you get good at that, you can go into like auctioneering.
It did just hit me in
I don't know how those dudes do it. I practiced for like 2 years when I was, I don't know, like 14 or 15.
Mm-hmm.
But I can never speak that fast.
It did just occur to me that if I get voiceover work reading healthcare commercials, and that if part of the reason why I'm good at it is because of my comfort with reading complicated chemical compound names, that means that I will finally have actually made money off of my chemistry degree.
Let's go. Well, I mean, you could make meth.
I could. I do have other options.
It's true. It's true. Just, start fabricating, like, just make like a kilogram of LSD. That's like a few $1 million right there.
Yeah, I was about to say, if a kilo of LSD will get me pretty far. A
kilo of LSD more than far.
Is a lot. It's a lot.
It'll get you into maximum security.
That's true.
Which is kind of wild.
Yeah, I mean, it's just freaking acid, man.
Hell yeah, it is.
A lot to do with blind reads. More often than not, you won't have the real script until like maybe 10 minutes before, if lucky. And see, the fact that I have an entire degree that got me comfortable with reading chemical compound names.
I just had that butter on my chords. Local How many? Okay, genuine question. How many fucking people here have like local horse racetracks? Because as far as I know, I don't got any.
I would expect that you would have more than me.
I have none as far as I know. We have like maybe shit. What is it? What's like the funny, like dirt road racing, derby? Road? No, it's not a road derby. But it's like a dirt track, and it's like the precursor to NASCAR or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
We have a couple of those tracks around here, but that's about it.
Rally racing?
There's the TV, the internet races. Well, you said local, dog. You said local.
You abandoned train track. That's so bleak. Lesbian cat out here living on the road. Living on Cormac McCarthy's the road.
It do be Green Day month.
What does that mean?
You know, Green Day.
Yeah, the band.
Yeah.
I only.
It's their sad month.
I've only known. I only know Green Day's albums from like 1995 and earlier.
I'm pretty sure Wake Me Up When September Ends is around that time.
See, when I think of September, I think of isn't that a Frankie Valli song?
No, it's Earth, Wind, and Fire.
It was Earth, Wind, and Fire. Yeah, they're great. Earth, Wind, and Fire rock.
One of my hobbies is looking at music videos from like 80s rock bands and just trying to piece together some of the artistic choices they made when filming.
It was an experimental time.
Journey's music videos are hilarious.
I don't know that I've ever seen any.
You should totally look up Separate Ways after stream today. Just watch it. It's really funky. The lead singer's just wearing like a wife beater, but he's got like a mullet.
Interesting choice.
And just random like cuts to like just following around this woman with just the entire band, just with all their musical instruments, just kind of staring at her and singing. It's really funny. And the hair. Everyone's hair back then was insane.
I, unsurprisingly, have an affection for the big hair.
Yeah, I figured you would.
It speaks to a type of confidence and prosperity.
It's true. Speaking of confidence and prosperity, there were a couple of Falun Gong demonstrators on the National Mall.
Oh ho ho! Ho ho ho! That's a spicy one.
Yeah, I was watching them while while eating some pizza from a shitty roadside vendor. Good time.
True big city experience right there.
It's true. Also, the metro's pretty cool.
The metro is pretty cool. To be honest, I know Demi. Demi rocks. Demi rocks. Demi's theme song for Ready Player One is a true work of art.
I fucking hate Ready Player One.
Tried to recruit you for the show once. Yeah, of course.
What?
Not Ready Player One. I'm assuming it's talking about. I'm assuming also
of
not
course.
Either. I could believe for either Demi or the racetrack that she was talking about before. I'm assuming not for. What do we call it? It would if you meant Earth, Wind, and Fire Ion, that's crazy. That's crazy. But stretching a little bit here. Let's do a quick count of this. One,
Of the
2, 3,
words.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33.
Discotheques?
A little bit over 50 words. A little bit over 50 words. Discotheques. The H is I don't know what it's doing there. Amazingly few discotheques provide jukeboxes.
I see and understand.
Oh, she meant the Falun Gong.
Oh, right. They do have like a circus sort of style thing going on. That's right.
Yeah.
Holy shit. Okay, that makes like 3 people that I know that have been born into cults and got out. That's impressive.
I mean, like Grimmy's the obvious one.
Yeah.
Is the other one that
I
we
shan't
know?
speak of the second.
Okay, you shan't. Okay. I'm pretty sure that there's a couple of VTubers around other than Grimmy that were born into Shunyun. They were born into a couple of types of cults. I'm pretty sure we've got some like Jehovah's Witnesses around here. Former Jehovah's Witnesses around here. I know we've got a couple of ex-Mormons. In the general environment. Yeah. Yeah, I am grateful to have not had to have worried about having to have conversation with the Falun Gong.
I should have asked them their opinions on Cao Cao.
An interesting choice. What does the Falun Gong think about Cao Cao? That sounds like an Ask a Historian thread. Yeah, Chinese history is not for the faint of heart at the best of times. Hello, Mixathan.
Beard.
Dudes.
Oh, fucking Christ, it's one of these. Jesus.
Sounds like a story not making to specific news outlets. Yeah. I think it's pretty safe to say that, what is the Falun Gong's newspaper? I always forget the name of it. It's got a crazy name. Like the Apocalypse Times.
I don't know, but I was sitting there like researching them, like while staring at them.
There's some that hang out around. No, it's not them. It's the Hare Krishnas. The Hare Krishnas Epoch Times. Yeah, what a metal name. What a metal name for a newspaper, for a street sheet.
What's it called? Oh yeah, the Epoch Times. Yeah.
Yeah. And I always remember when like somebody on Twitter like just like cites the Epoch Times like unthinkingly. And then people being like, dude, like, dude.
Just like, brother. I think it's really funny that like all these cults have newsletters.
You gotta get the word out, baby.
Yeah, and they're all wrong.
Literally delivering Epoch Times to people at your work. Oh my god, why are you doing that, Hunter? That's amazing. Because their websites are all made in 1998. That's a problem. Having a 1998 website makes you more trustworthy.
Honestly, yeah, it does. That's why people love The Onion.
Exactly. There's only one website I've seen that did had like a very like 90s or even early 2000s website that upgraded it to a new one, and I thought it was an improvement. And that would be Ishkur's Guide to Electronic Music, and that is largely helped by the fact that Ishkur's Guide to Electronic Music is an insanely good website.
Is it?
Check it out, man. If you don't know it, Ishkur's is amazing.
I believe I shall.
It's a website that has like, it's basically a genealogy map of electronic music going back to 70s house in Chicago. And each
70s house in Chicago.
Yeah. Why did you say that like you were Solid Snake?
I'm practicing. Okay.
You're practicing.
Uh,
Are you putting on a musical?
Could be. Nobody knows what I do. Nobody knows why.
True wizard moment right there. Overfilled this pen. There we go. Yeah. I mean, the Onion. Well, no, there's a question right about like why make satire. Oh, thank you for the gift sub to Hoomter. Thank you, Anonymous, for the gift sub to Hoomter.
The Falun Gong. Thank you to our lovely sponsors, Doomsday Cults. They've got exactly what you need. They're with you until the end.
I will be honest, as much as Snake Eater sounds like it would go hard as a musical, I think the most musicable Metal Gear is actually 2. Metal Gear Solid 2.
I would agree.
Yeah. I feel like Fat Man and Fortuna in particular are characters that belong in musicals.
Oh, dude, Fat Man 100%. You are totally right about that.
Yeah. I still haven't played the ones where you go back in time other than Metal Gear Solid 3.
What do you mean go back in time?
Like we won't call them prequels. The ones where you're playing as Big Boss and Venom Snake and stuff like that. Like those ones I haven't played. Like Ground Zeroes and stuff. Let me put it more succinctly. I have not played any Metal Gear Solid released after Metal Gear Solid 4. And I also haven't played Peace Walker.
Interesting.
Interesting?
Peace Walker's fun.
Peace Walker seems fun. I mean, it's got the cardboard box tank, and that rocks.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
It's like the only thing I know about Peace Walker. The story felt very unfinished. The main thought I've had about Metal Gear Solid 5, which is not me being informed, this is just me like having watched a video essay by somebody smarter than me and thinking what they said was funny, not necessarily accurate, was Super Bunny Hop really hated Metal Gear Solid 5. And one of the things that he talked about was like the insanity of reading reviews that referred to Metal Gear Solid 5 as all killer, no filler, and then playing the game being like, this game is 99% filler. What is anybody talking about? What do you mean, no filler?
That's what they mean.
I also need to play Walking Simulator, Death Stranding.
Both of those games go unreasonably hard.
They seem to go on unreasonably hard. I am. A thing that's really slowing me down is that, like, I don't actually play very many games off stream anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And I also don't play that many many games on stream anyway.
Mm-hmm.
And I suspect that I would hate streaming Death Stranding, even if I would have enjoyed it if I played it off stream.
You would.
I did not enjoy playing Metal Gear Solid on stream.
You know, I can see why.
Yeah, it's not about like the game being bad, right?
No, it's just there's a lot of talking.
It's so yappy.
That's why the hoes love it.
It's so yappy.
And by me, and by them, I mean me. I mean, I am the hose.
I can't get a word in edgewise. And that's Metal Gear Solid 1.
Maybe you should send a letter in Japanese to Kojima and complain to him.
I am pretty sure he would laugh at it. And he would be right to.
No. He would personally message you and demand a retraction.
What if I email him my complaint and include a list of my favorite non-American films?
He call you a poser.
because I like drive my car.
Yeah. Oh no, I'm out of straws. Oh, how terrible.
Straws.
Indeed. The lifeblood of any good American. Oh, dude, speaking of which, I had some of the best coffee ice cream I've ever had in DC. Holy crap.
The most important part about going to DC, though, is making sure you get Ethiopian.
Unfortunately, no one would go to Ethiopian with me.
Gonna kill the bird.
No. I didn't want to have to drive or get an Uber. That's why we do that. He was down for it.
Okay. Like, I know he's a fellow Ethiopian advocate.
I think everyone should be.
It's an S-tier cuisine.
Absolutely.
Like, my S-tier...
I try to get some of my relatives to go down there, or to give it a whirl. And I convinced them by saying, listen, you like Southern food, yes? And they were like, yeah. Ethiopian is the root of Southern food. Where'd you go? There you are.
I'm here. Yeah, I'm almonded. I'm almonded. We're about to get ads.
Please, no.
Please, yes, I need to use the bathroom.
What do you mean by aloof of himself, Shark Ray? I don't think that means anything.
I think it's just a grammar error. It's fine. I think that they're just describing Kojima as an aloof man, which I think is actually fair.
No, I don't think so.
Really? I always think that whenever I watch interviews with him, he always seems kind of quiet and distant.
Well, I mean, reading interviews from him, that's those are much better.
Yeah. That said, we're going to ads. We're going to ads. We'll be back in a few moments.
No.
Hello, we're back. Hello, Vine. Hello again, Vine, for like the 4th time since you started streaming today. You absolute maniac. Let's see, do I have a... I do have a C1. I need a C0. I need an A0. What? What are you... What, Vine? What? What? Am I wrong?
Shield.
Oh no, I don't even find aloofness to be like a thing that I am critical of in an artiste. Are you a maniac?
Oh, he is not. He is not. No. Don't call him an artiste.
What do you want me to call him?
He's an auteur.
An auteur. An auteur.
Exactly.
Because you kept on stopping by my stream while your stream was live. When my stream is live and I need to take a bathroom break, I run to the bathroom and take a bathroom break.
Well, what if people surf streams while pissing? Have you considered this?
I can't believe that people use the internet while they're in the bathroom. Like,
it's a further encroachment of the sacredness of shitting.
It's the bathroom is like your time to be free from the machine.
It's true. However, I'm an addict.
Putting a Faraday cage around the bathroom.
Do you know how many seniors would die if you did that?
I know, it would be that's such a horrible health hazard. It's like an actual public health menace.
Colonel, I'm trying to take a piss, but you keep on calling me on the codec. Medic keeps on complaining that my prostate's too large, but frankly, this is Texas. Paramedic. What's the difference between an auteur and an artiste? I view artistes as posers who wish to have the social clout of being a well-renowned artist, but they don't really give a shit about the shit they make. Basically, I'm talking about Neil Druckmann here.
Druckmann's such a harsh one to go for.
Whereas an auteur is someone who has a creative vision and absolutely adores the process of making art.
I'll be honest,
and that's why they make art, not necessarily for societal recognition. It's because they have something they want to say or something they really want to make.
I'll be honest, I have never thought of an auteur as being about a person's internal motivation at all. I always thought that that a person was an auteur because of an external evaluation by critics, that their body of work transcended the sum of its parts.
Well, there's a specific critic you can blame for that, and I forget her name, but she was a right monster.
I was thinking about Bartas, who's a guy.
Well, I mean, there was one particular woman who was responsible, I think, in like the 70s and 80s for kind of demonizing auteur theory.
I'm not sure who that would be,
because she was pretty pissed that she believed that critics were like the supreme, like that authors and creators should make things for critics, and that they know how to make movies, that they know how to properly harness creative energy and push directors onto a better path or whatever.
That's the idea. I'm trying to like. The only 70s female critics I can really think of are Sontag and oh my god, Slouching Towards Jerusalem.
I think it was like Patricia something, Keeney something. Hold on, let me find out.
Yeah, look this up because I'm thinking like my 70s critics, and none of them really. It's like it sounds out of character for.
Pauline Kael.
Oh, Pauline Kael. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, she was an opponent of auteur theory. Yeah.
Well, so here's the thing. Like, Bartas is the main person who gets to go down as a opponent of auteur theory. And well, Sharkray, I actually and Andromeda, I actually disagree with you pretty strongly on this one. I'm actually on the stance that like the ultimate test of taste is not like your ability to make things.
I mean, someone could have a refined palate and have no idea how to make a like lobster thermidor.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think that being good at creation and good at taste making or even at criticism are related skills.
Yeah, it's Kale.
And
I don't like her.
So the Roland Bartos is the guy who usually gets brought up as the big opponent. Okay, please, Vine, have a good night. Have a good night. I was kind of hoping you'd stop by.
Bye, Vine.
But have a good night.
Have a great evening.
Yes. Yes. Well, no, like the idea that Kale is talking about is that the person whose tastes should be catered to should be the people with the best taste, aka critics. And I don't know. I don't hate it. But I don't think that that's intrinsically opposed to auteur theory, and I also don't think of her as I don't think of that as the main line of argument against auteur theory. Death of the author is the one that gets brought up all the time, which is Bart's and is an older theory. And Bart's argument and his argument against the auteur theory approach, which is a critical approach, right? That's an approach that critics take, is that not an approach that directors take. The big thing, he wrote Death of the Author, which you've probably heard of because people use it wrong all the time on Twitter. The argument that he is making in Death of the Author is that the author does not actually have more access to the text than any reader. That, to use a famous example, was Hank Green the author of The Fault in Our Stars?
Mm-hmm. What about him?
Okay, so he invoked this himself, that, like, fans reached out to him and asked him what happened to the characters after the end of the book. And he said to his fans, he was like, that's an incoherent question. I have no idea. You think it was John Green? Okay, it was a Green. It was a Green. You know as much as I do about what happens to the characters. I don't have any... there is nothing past what I wrote. There isn't a, like, further world that exists inside my head that has any reality on this. I know as much as any fanfiction author about what happened to my characters after the book was ended.
Mm-hmm.
That's the anti-auteur theory approach.
No, it isn't.
It absolutely is.
Nah.
I'm sorry, but it is. That's a very strong Death of the Author approach.
I mean, Death of the Author isn't necessarily, what auteur theory is all about.
No, Death of the Author was invented as an opposition to auteur theory. That was Bart's intention, was that Death of the Author was intended to be a kind of fox die virus against auteur theory. Which is a very funny way for me to phrase just a really strong critique. a deliberately destructive critique. And Death of the Author, like I said, has been a very abused notion. And I'm not fully convinced it's accurate, right? I'm not fully convinced it's, like, the best approach. And I think it's actually kind of interesting that it gets brought up in a way in online spaces where people talk about it as if it's, like, a fact of the universe. Hello, Azershot. As if it's, like, a fact of the universe and not a, like, opinion that a guy holds, or many people hold.
Mm-hmm.
And it's particularly interesting to me that I see it get brought up as, like, oh yeah, like since Death of the Author, like, we don't need to acknowledge this at all. Like, we don't, like, it's just fully won so thoroughly that a critical examination or even understanding of Death of the Author or the context that the article was written in is complete. Like death of the author was like the final word on the subject, because I think that particularly in the case of books and literature, the opposite direction has happened. Where, particularly in the age of TikTok and book talk, the dominant approach to book selling and to authorship is that selling the author themselves as a product above and beyond what they have written is a critical part of marketing, because readers care possibly more than ever about the personality of their authors. I do wonder if that's going to see like a bit of a change in the coming years, because you know who's probably the single like best case study and the single like strongest, like, oh, this is like not the single best because there's a couple other people, like the most prestigious reason why this is like the way that people want to do marketing and why audiences respond to it very strongly.
Is it Kojima?
It's Neil Gaiman.
Oh.
Yeah.
How unfortunate.
Yeah. But you know, Gaiman's presence as like a wholesome Tumblr influencer was like a lot of the rationale and the prototyping.
Well, that's not all that great.
No, it's not. It's not.
Because of the implication. That all of the wholesome chunguses out there are all sexual predators.
Why do you have to use the word chungus there?
Well, it's because of my specific influences and the fact that I impart an identity toward all my work. Because I am an auteur.
Like I said, I don't think you get to claim that title until the critics tell you that you're an auteur.
The critics have no idea what they're talking about.
What I'm saying, Nyano, is that you need to post more feet.
Ooh. I think you might be thinking of an auteur instead of an auteur.
I'm thinking of the fact that the most inarguable, definitive claim to the title of auteur that is alive is Tarantino.
Because of feet?
That's part of it. But no, it's actually kind of interesting because I don't think
his films do have an indelible identity to them that you can't really separate.
It's true. It's
just like Kojima and his games.
Yeah. I actually don't even think he's the most obvious one among directors, because I think the most obvious one is Wes Anderson.
I can think of someone who in no way, shape, or form could ever be considered an auteur.
What was that?
Like J.J. Abrams.
Oh, yeah. And Abrams is also bad. Like, you can be good and not be an auteur, but Abrams is really bad and is also not an auteur. Yeah. I'm just gonna finish up my thought with my thought on Anderson. Just point out that like you can tell that you're watching a Wes Anderson film inside, like from a still. It's crazy.
Yep, shot composition, everything.
The shot composition, the color grading, the lighting, it's just like every single shot looks like it's inside of like a really well lit museum diorama.
You're right, actually.
Yeah, it's so distinctive.
I still need to see the Grand Budapest Hotel.
Oh, that's the best one. Hello, Nate. Welcome in.
It's got my boy. It's got my main man.
But like even in his stop motion films, it's like super obvious that what you're looking at.
I simply wish to bother.
You wish to bother? Who do you wish to bother?
Just in general.
Just in general.
But no, I do agree.
Magnificent.
It's hard to find a director who's more as easily identifiable as Wes Anderson within a single frame.
Like, I feel like I can identify Yorgos Lanthimos pretty quickly, but like I have to hear actors deliver their lines.
Who?
Yorgos Lanthimos. I love Lanthimos, man. He's like my favorite living director.
Say the name one more time for me, please.
Yorgos Lanthimos. It's Greek.
Okay, all right. I thought you were saying Yorgo Slanthimos.
That's so funny. And
I was like,
Lanthimos.
yeah, that's a director name, all right.
That's such a director name.
But so was Yorgo. Yorgo's a fantastic name. I wish I was named Yorgo.
Yorgo, we knew him well.
Yorgo Mancer.
But yeah, Yorgos Lanthimos. He did The Lobster. Kinds of Kindness.
Oh Jesus.
The Favorites. Killing of a Sacred Deer. Dogtooth. He rocks.
Dogtooth I've seen.
Dogtooth rocks. Dogtooth rocks. I think Dogtooth is my second favorite of his.
Yeah, I didn't recognize any of those until you brought up Dogtooth.
Yeah. Dogtooth is a little bit less obvious because one, he's a more amateur director at that point, and two, it's all in Greek, so it's a little bit less obvious what's happening. But like you can tell, like the way that he directs, it's particularly striking in Killing of a Sacred Deer, that like you can listen to his actors deliver like 2 lines, and it's just like immediately obvious, like they're on some shit. Queen of Paper, I don't know that I can recommend him to absolutely everybody on the planet, but I think he absolutely rocks, and I think he's kind of doing a lot of what David Lynch is doing, but more extreme. It's like even more intensely unsettling.
That's good shit right there.
Yeah. I mean, you've seen Dogtooth, Nate. Like, you can back me up on this one.
Yeah.
Dogtooth is deeply unsettling, an upsetting movie.
See, I have to confess that when it comes to like
Go ahead.
cinema, I'm a bit of a rube.
Oh.
That's fair.
Thank you, Red Bean Bitter Cream, for the follow. And also for having a very Seussian name. It's fun to say. Red Bean Bitter Cream.
That's terrifying. We gotta get rid of them.
Too powerful.
Exactly. What the fuck is wrong with this fucking footage?
I'm the type that gets hyper obsessed with one form of media for like 2-3 weeks at a time. So I had
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, I had a while there where I was just watching horror movies for like 2 weeks over and over again. And, you know, before that it was not horror movies, but more of like a conceptualization or uncomfortable movies. And that's where Dogtooth came in.
That makes sense. I'm like, I don't think of
something that was
kind of a horror movie, but it feels like a bit of an abuse of the term.
Yeah, something that wasn't explicitly horror so much as it was kind of like an experimental or something, kind of an approach to the genre, but wanted to do something a little different.
See, those are like my favorite types of movies. Hello, Nagarunski. Yeah, Snick in the chat.
Another Snick.
Time to activate the slug audio.
The slug audio?
Yeah. I gotta find some duct tape to bind my mouth. So like, bind my mouth. Leave me out behind a dumpster and just start screaming into it. That's what I gotta do.
Why are we doing this?
The trick?
It's the slug audio.
I'm so lost, man.
I have no context here.
You'll find me by the dumpster, screaming.
Is that an audio trick, or is that just a thing you're telling us? Or yes.
It's just a thing that he does for entirely Nyanomancer related reasons.
That's fair. Far be it for me to
Fuck. Oh no.
assume to understand the mechanics of the CAD.
Be for fucking real.
But yeah, it's. There are some directors where I find them really easy to recognize very quickly. I find Verhoeven pretty easy to recognize.
That's fair.
Not particularly Villeneuve.
I also
Well-
find God, sorry, name escapes me. Quote unquote, it's such a twist.
Shyamalan.
That's right. I typically I find Shyamalan very easy to recognize.
Yeah, Shyamalan's relatively easy.
Yeah, but I don't think that's a good thing.
I don't either. Truly.
I mean, the person who I can
Right.
recognize that I do not like as a director is Nolan.
Ah,
I don't like Nolan.
yeah. No, that's fair.
I can very
But
much
I'm-
understand why.
I mean, but also he and Cameron have just been dominating the scene on like multi-million to billion-dollar movies for a while, so it's hard not to recognize them.
I'm just grateful that it's them and not Abrams anymore.
True.
I'm trying to think of like any directors I like knowingly that like watched more than like one or two things by, and I like actually really disliked more than Abrams, and it's like genuinely hard to come up with. Is there any director I think is more of like a pretentious, obnoxious knob? Because that's like the only way you could do it, right? Like I don't think there's anybody who's like managed to like make multiple movies I would ever see that I consider more of a hack than Abrams.
Mhm.
But you have to go in like another direction for me to dislike you more. You have to go in like the knob direction. You have to be
I have
doing
one, but it's contentious.
Oh.
Oh.
I'm curious.
It's Bay. Yeah, Aeon called it out. It's Michael Bay.
I don't like Michael Bay. I don't like Michael Bay, but it's
It's another one of the multi-billion-dollar directors, but you
Mhm.
know, they kind of rebooted. As much as I hate to admit it, they did kind of reboot the Transformers franchise.
For the worst.
Yeah, no, it's not for the better, but at least it still exists. And I hate it. I hate pretending to know what a Tesseract isn't.
The
The Cube.
Cube.
Autobots, I performed a poll on Twitter.com to see what my fascinating and pithy phrase should be at the end of the movie. Overwhelmingly, I heard these nuts.
Okay, that's actually really fucking good.
Shout out to Kari Kari.
Tesseract indeed.
Shout out to Kari Kari. Kari Kari is the smartest VTuber. I don't know what else to say. She's been playing Blueprints.
Oh, that's a good one.
I think Blueprints. I think I would really struggle with that one. It's a lot of
I don't know anything about it.
It's a puzzle game.
That just means you should play it.
I refuse.
That's fair. I don't really care that much.
It has the word Prince in the title. I can't play it.
Not even if it's a play on words.
Indeed.
Alright, fair enough.
It is all about play on words.
Especially,
That's what I can tell.
especially if it's a play on words.
What if they make a new Pentiment-like game that's about Machiavelli's The Prince?
Mhm. What about it?
I don't know. I think this is a game that's got legs. I would play a game that's inspired by the writing of the Prince.
It's a reinterpretation in which it's blue.
You would never, ever, ever, I'm sorry, play a JRPG.
Shit.
I have you dead to rights and you know
I
it.
have played a JRPG on stream.
Which one?
Chrono Trigger.
Okay, that one counts. All right. I was trying to think of a way to just say, no, that's not a real RPG. No, I can't.
There's the balls to try to claim that. Imagine the balls of claiming that Chrono Trigger is not a JRPG. Yeah, of course you haven't played it. You've only played Freaky Friday.
No, those are movies. Those are movies.
Freaky Friday, the video game.
I think that exists, actually.
I'm pretty sure it does.
There's no doubt. It's a Disney movie.
It's probably like a shitty GBA title.
I misheard that
Yeah,
NBA, and I was like,
yeah, that's right. LeBron's on the court playing his Game Boy Advance.
no,
It
like
has to
Freaky
exist.
Friday is like a basketball game.
Yeah, that'd be really funny. But it has to exist to some degree because it's a Disney game. And at the time, like late 90s, early 2000s, Disney was all about spreading their titles across whatever the fuck they could.
That does. You did hit me that means that retroactively, one of the best N64 titles of them all is a Disney game.
One.
Pod Racer.
Oh, okay, that's right. That was a really good racing game.
Yeah, Pod Racer's really good.
No, it doesn't
No.
exist.
That wasn't Disney at the time.
It wasn't at the time. It's like I said, retroactively.
Oh,
My
yeah.
God. There
What?
wasn't a video game tie-in for that film.
For what? Pod Racer?
What film were we just talking about?
Sorry, I'm being an
It
asshole.
may or may not have been Star Wars.
For Freaky Friday, yeah.
Freaky Friday is a Star Wars film. It's true. They mentioned the Force.
It's true. It's a Freaky Friday Pod Racers for the N64.
That sounds like dude, can you imagine if they made a Garf Kart movie?
Well, see, the difference is you pick your cart and your driver, and then you play as your driver's mom.
In the stands, rooting them on, or actually driving?
Oh no, you're driving, but you're also in the stands. Part of the Freaky Friday experience.
Oh my God.
It's single player split screen.
My verdict on Shadows of the Empire is that it's firmly okay.
That's a tragedy.
What, that is okay?
Yeah.
I mean, what's going on with it is that it's a classic good old fashioned AAA game where it's just kind of multiple different entire games stapled together really awkwardly. And one of those games is really good, which is
It sure is dirty.
the spaceship elements
sure
of it are
is.
really good. The spaceship parts are really
I mean,
good. That's what
spaceships are
people talk
cool.
about.
It's true facts.
The first mission where you are knocking over AT-ATs by tying their legs together, that one's super cool. And then like 80+% of the game is a 3D platformer that is pretty bad. Spelled Buckles wrong.
That's weird how it feels like a dependence on the 64, primarily for collector 3D platformer.
Tank control, third-person platforming.
Dark Souls 2?
No spoilers.
It's okay, it's only a spoiler if you're trying to build poise.
You got a power stance, Al. You got a power stance.
The stance that powers.
Yeah, if you don't power stance, you're worthless. You can't do nothing.
I mean, you can look good. Dark Souls 2 is the fashion Souls. It's all about looking great.
Yeah, but the lighting in the game is so terrible, I hate it.
True. But at least you can look great in terrible lighting.
The dream. Well, thank you, Kari, for the 5 months. Thank you.
My God.
That's fair. That's fair. See?
Fashion
See?
Souls Fund. Fashion Souls Fund.
Only 17,000 more
gotta look
subscriptions
good.
until you can afford a really cool sword.
Like,
You know me,
payments.
Nyano. Do you know how, if I really want a really cool sword, you know how I'm going to get it?
You're gonna make it.
Yeah. This is going to be way more expensive.
No, it won't.
Okay, given the way I make things, probably not. But if I was smart, I would spend a lot of money going to school to learn how to blacksmith and weaponsmith.
You don't need to go to school to blacksmith, dog.
It's all vibes.
No, you get an apprenticeship instead.
That's very expensive.
No, it isn't.
I am genuinely looking at taking a class for blacksmithing coming up here in a bit.
Oh, do it.
Hell yeah.
I want to know how to sit by fire and hit steel with a hammer a lot.
In the words of my ancestors, do it.
I think I've established that I do love doing my traditional arts and my handcrafting. I think I've established that I trend pretty strongly away from learning the macho ones. We keep on learning like knitting and baking sourdough bread and calligraphy.
I don't know about you, dog, but baking sourdough bread is probably the ultimate expression of masculinity.
Yeah, that's the manliest fucking shit you could possibly do.
Yeah, do you know why?
Because it was mostly women's work for
Think of
thousands
all the
years.
death required to make that bread.
I was going to say, how dare you want your children to be warm and fed?
Oh, I was going for toxic masculinity. I'm sorry, I missed the memo.
No, that's
for
fair.
killing the kids. For killing your kids.
We went in.
No,
different
not killing the kids, killing all the yeast.
Yeah, as if they're your kids. Yeah.
We just went in different directions. You went for murder, I went for protection, both of which are unfortunately demonstrably masculine.
Nah, they're not demonstrably.
Sacrifice yourself for sourdough. It's the manliest thing you can do.
Honestly, yeah.
I mean, I think I've got decent enough forearms.
I
There
don't.
you
I
go.
got sticks.
I got some decent definition for saying the fact that I am ultimately I'm more of a runner than a lifter. I think I got decent definition on these puppies.
I mean, historically,
Please don't call them
You-
puppies.
What would you prefer? What should I call them?
Snarling hounds.
Snarling. What? It's funny
was
that we
gonna
always
say
say
is-
puppies like that. We never say kitties.
I was going to say, historically, you use your feet to beat the materials. So, you
For
know,
what?
for beating the materials. You know, large amounts of dough, wine.
Mhm.
You just
I
put them
love
in
it when,
a giant barrel and stomp on them a lot.
The toe fungus, that's a unique flavor.
Well, no, it's the wild yeast.
Wild yeast.
Great name for a band.
Nagi, I'm glad that you're sticking to your exercise schedule. I did not stick to mine
Oh,
this
yay.
week. I rested all of last week because I was overcoming an infection, so I didn't run at all. And I was like, oh, I'm gonna run on Monday, and then I like fell asleep like right before I was supposed to go for a run.
I don't know. I walked for like, I think it was like 3 or 4 miles each day this weekend, so that's pretty good.
Oh hell yeah!
Both hill, up ways.
Yeah, you know, the old school way of making bread is just gonna make a big old stack of dough and just leave it on your table for a while. Thank you, Terry. Thank you, Terry. Would you like a free Would you like a calligraphy commission to go with your bits? That is the usual.
Goodness,
100
excuse
bits gets you a small calligraphy.
Get you 1 letter.
Snake and crew also have the bonus of there being a pig.
A pig.
The biggest of pigs.
The biggest pig of all time.
Big fan of the pig.
Ooh, Quinn, yeah, no, it's good to get some exercise. It's good to get some exercise. It's good to get some exercise. The way Big Pig.
Big fan of the pig.
The pig at large, if true.
He's a good pig. He's a pig and he's big. He's a big pig. Also very, very well informed of exercise science.
Shit, I need to talk to him about that, because whenever I move, there's going to be a gym in the apartment complex that actually is pretty well stocked.
Snakecord has a chat for it now.
I'm going to be even larger.
Good. Do it. Follow your heart.
You're going to become an 8
Follow the
tall
gains.
cat.
Damn.
Now I'm going to become like that one gif of that one overly muscular cat. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be me. I'm not going to be able to lift my own ass because of my abs.
But yeah, Terry, just tell me what you want. Just tell me what you want.
Just glossing over that, are you?
I am.
All right.
It just seemed like a natural thing for you to say. It seemed entirely in character. No longer a nanomancer. Thank you, Kari, for that. It took me a second.
True. Well.
I had a chance, not this AX, because I didn't go this recent AX, but the AX beforehand to hang out with Pig. It was a good time. It was a good dude. Very buff. Very, very big.
Very big.
Very big.
Big in body, big in heart.
Incredibly big in heart. Arguably bigger
Someone
in
help
heart
him.
than in
It's
body.
too large. It's causing his entire ribcage to thud.
He will never truly suffer from his big heart. I mean, not physically. Emotionally, he'll definitely suffer from it. He already is.
R.I.P.
Yeah.
But that's some pig.
Rest in pig.
Rest in Pig.
Man, that's a really good sign-off for a pig VTuber to use.
Rest in Pig?
Rest in pig, yeah.
That is really good.
There ain't that many.
There aren't that many, no. Turi, just, I usually say, like a short phrase, or a couple, or like your name or a couple words per 100 bits. Rates are gonna go up for when I actually get the coffee storefront set up.
Magnificent. We stand a king that charges what he's worth.
I will be honest, I'm mostly just following market standard retail. Pig VTuber is so easy to meme and no one is doing it. I feel like
I think there might be one or two, but I don't know if they like still do piggy stuff.
Which is kind of strange because like you just kind of think that like the sheer weight of them being a domesticated animal would like really help. And like a really commonly one across many cultures. And of
Yeah.
course across like commercial viability, right? Like there's I'm pretty sure there's more pigs than cows.
Okay, so real question here, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So, if content is designed to be consumed, would a pig VTuber be kosher?
Man, I gotta say, my knowledge of Kothers is not like remotely up to the task on this one. And yes, I can.
I was gonna say a cow VTuber's fine because you're already milking it.
Well, this is true.
Yeah, my ability to handle an actual argument on kosher law. I guess the question is like, I guess like a simpler way to do this, right? Is like, how much is the specifics of eating? I do not need to go discuss another rabbi with my questions. Well, I feel like it might reduce down to the question of like, is like befriending or even having a pig as a pet non-kosher? Like is it, how important is it that the pig go in mouth for it as a violation of Kothar?
I don't know.
I don't know either because I don't know that.
I mean, I don't think there was a specific prohibition against owning like pigs, just eating them. Because I know that I'm fairly certain that like the ancient Israelites had herds of pigs too. They just didn't eat them.
They probably stopped keeping them after not long after that. Not a lot of,
yeah, maybe.
Not a lot of reason to keep. Well, I mean, pigs are kind of an interesting animal in terms of herding because like most of what they eat is pretty similar to what humans eat. So unless you're like really scavenging, unless you're like really like relying on like feeding pigs off of like acorns and stuff like that, they're competing with human food sources.
Mm.
True, but
in a way that sheep
not,
and cows are not.
Fair. In a case that like they don't need to have the food processed beforehand.
Yeah. But it's still like they're not like using like grass or something like that. They're using like nuts.
God, I wish that were me.
What, you wish you were a ruminant?
What, using grass?
No, I wish I didn't have to process.
Food.
I wish I didn't have to consume processed food.
Oh, fair.
Just become a raw vegan.
Just can you imagine how terrifying it would be to go to a restaurant, just stare at the waiter and go, "Yeah, give me a steak. How do you want it cooked?" "I don't."
What do you mean?
And then just swallow it. And just swallow it whole.
One of my favorite TV shows is Gods of Food.
Yes!
God, I love Gods of Food.
I hate you for showing me that.
It's
but
so
I love
good.
It.
It's so good.
It was the Wild West out there. It was crazy. There were no rules.
I bake, and I'm a sad. God, what a show. But yeah, the farm to table extremist who doesn't believe in cooking anything. Who doesn't believe in having doesn't believe in transporting food at all anywhere. Just has people eating horse.
Yeah, the saddest thing about that particular episode.
What was that?
The saddest thing about that particular episode is that I'm pretty sure that if that wasn't made fun of, I'm certain it would happen within the next 20 years that someone would genuinely do that.
The big problem with it is that it requires there to be some like truly just free and open land. And nowadays, I think very rapidly that would be That would be turned into luxury condos.
Wrong.
Data centers.
Data centers.
Data centers.
Yep.
Misstep on this end. Boo. All right, hold on. I'll try to just write it. I'm just writing this. I'm just starting this page, and then I'll do your redeem.
I need 500 million square kilometers of data centers. Give them to me.
The data centers. How many Great Pyramid of Giza equivalents are we at in terms of data centers?
Are we talking mass or are we talking volume?
I was thinking mass.
Well, I mean, data centers are mostly empty space.
There's still a lot of them.
There aren't.
Do you know what? I'm not going to use this paper. I'm going to use Strasbourg. It's a slightly fancier paper for this one.
Well, I can tell you this right now. I mean, the data centers, their cultural relevance is they're gonna go the way to the dinosaurs real quick.
God, what's the maintenance on our data? The maintenance on them is so crazy.
The maintenance isn't the problem. The problem is that the second you buy all the GPUs for these things, it's immediately outmoded.
That's what I meant by maintenance.
And they immediately start depreciating. Whereas if you build pyramids, pyramids only go up in value.
I was talking about, like, I was contextualizing the deprecation as maintenance. The need to replace all the chips as a part of the maintenance.
Okay, Nagi, if we fill the pyramids with data centers, where are we going to put the strip clubs?
I'm going to propose an alternative.
Oh?
Fill the data centers with pyramids.
Okay.
What kind? Are we talking step pyramids? Are we talking... Actually, they have to be step pyramids.
Step pyramids, what are you doing?
Because each level is a discrete value, and that's the only way computers can operate.
Oh,
look,
true.
I knew where you were going with that, and it hurts.
Thank you.
I was going to say, however, for the strip, bottom floor, because heat goes up.
So, I mean, you did say the data centers are mostly empty space. There's plenty of room to put pyramids in them.
This is true.
Okay, how many?
In fact,
I need to have just a ruler.
I think the Hideo Kojima's onto something. If we put sarcophagi in data centers, we could communicate with the dead and have them process the data for us.
Yes,
and it'd be so much faster.
Expansionist project.
The ghost.
Because what is a ghost if not an unused server?
So I believe this is 24 lines tall. I have 3 lines per line. The pyramids are what are funding the data centers. So, hold on, I'm just doing some math here. So 12-ish lines down is going to be the center line.
It's true, they're harvesting the free energy.
So around here, that's where I want to go.
And of course, if you actually carve apart like the individual stone blocks, you'll find that they are full of ever-repeating nanomolecular structures that encode data from an ancient civilization.
Let's shout out Sybil. Just like schemes. Sybil, the moth. Sybil friend, Sybil smart. Sybil has been reading Hood Feminism and watching Lex. She's like, what a lifestyle.
Okay. So you know how there was this dude who ate an airplane in a year?
Yeah.
How long do you think it takes to eat a pyramid?
Well, how many airplanes fit in the pyramid?
They're pretty solid, so less than 1 probably.
And then around a year.
I don't think this is answering the question in remotely good faith. I don't even think it's like approaching good faith on this question.
When I'm thinking, because
it sounded a bit like it hurt.
Because like the obvious answer would be just take a block and like take a cheese grater to it and grind off like a bit of it, like sprinkle on your food.
The pyramids are mostly limestone, right?
No.
Sandstone?
No, I think they're granite. Let me check though.
Oh, they're sedimentary.
I think you're right. They would have to be sedimentary.
Materials. Oh, yep, limestone.
Nice.
You know
What'd
what?
they put the granite in though?
Sybil's right. You get a good barbecue sauce. Done.
It's true. Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
What makes sense?
The granite was used to create the chambers for the king.
Yeah. Yeah, I was like, you're in the middle of Egypt. Granite's expensive.
Mm-hmm. Not that expensive. They have some of the best granite quarries on Earth.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I figured they'd have to be importing it.
No. Almost all the granite used in Egypt comes from Egypt itself. Especially like I believe there's a beautiful variety of red granite that's from Saqqara, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And in fact, I think in the Saqqaran quarry, there is an obelisk that was in the middle of construction that was abandoned.
Those are always beautiful to find.
Yeah.
Play
And
Outer Wilds, folks.
or how we know how they made these things.
Big fan
Because they
of
left their tools
obelisks.
behind, and it was really funny. They would just pick up rocks.
Same.
That's half of economics.
Yeah, but they would just pick them up and drop them.
So 75% of economics.
Mm-hmm. They also use copper chisels, but they didn't work out very well because copper's too soft.
Yeah, that's honestly part of the reason why I figure like you wouldn't want to use like bulk granite for that kind of production. Like I think you'd want something softer than granite.
Yeah, but almost all the obelisks are made out of granite, from what I understand.
No. Obelisks are a different story than a pyramid. Well, as bulk.
Mm-hmm. I think quite a few of the big old monumental statues are made of granite too.
Yeah.
Though admittedly, making it out of limestone is not that bad of an idea.
It's more just a case of the shape and how much like area you're covering. Because granite can stand high and strong as long as the general like area of coverage is more condensed, especially at the base.
Just like every rock.
Yeah, just like every rock, it's stronger if all the base is the same rock. True enough.
All you gotta do. Every rock needs a fat ass. Dude, speaking of which, there was an extremely funny desert plant that I saw in the DC Botanical Gardens. It had like such a broad and massive base. Like it was about like I think like a meter in like diameter or so. And then the trunk itself, it rapidly tapered to just being like a few centimeters wide. It was really funny.
This is how I can tell that this is why I respect you, Nyano, is that you're out here doing the real caveman shit. I was talking about a funny plant you found.
I saw several funny plants and several not so funny plants. There was one of the most terrifying.
Tell us about the terrifying plants.
I'm pretty sure it's the same plant that like shrikes use to like impale their prey. Because it was a tree that was just completely covered in thorns. It was absolutely wild looking.
I think that I just want to say that after I said that, I think that is the most adventure game protagonist sentence I've ever said in my life.
What?
Tell us about the scary plants.
Oh yeah.
Like, I think I've peaked. I don't think I'm doing that again.
No, I'm sorry, bro. You've been encoded.
I kind of heard big plant fan, except for this one that's really fucking scary. And I love that. I love that so much.
Okay, this is I am.
I took several photos of the funny plants.
Love to see the photos.
I will show the scary one first.
Please.
Also the dick cacti. I gotta show the dick cacti.
Okay, I didn't do this the way that I intended, but I think I still got something done here. Okay.
Alright, they be in chat. Ads!
Ads!
I'll let the two of you continue to entertain chat. I'm going to use the restroom as I usually do.
Alright, fair enough. Alright, what are we talking about, Kat? How do we entertain?
Huh? Oh shit, we're by ourselves? Oh shit. Okay, which one of us is Abbott and which one of us is Costello?
God, that's a... I really feel like you play more of the Costello part, so I will take the Abbott as the aside.
So I'm the goof and you're the gaff?
In this case, I would say so, yes.
Fair enough.
I would argue that you're a little bit goofier than I.
Well, I'll accept that compliment.
It is a compliment, it truly is.
Thank you. I'll remember it forever until I die.
I won't.
Oh, how unfortunate. Yeah, dick cacti.
But how be ye, cat of many skills and knowledge?
Horrified.
Yeah, that sounds par for the course. What
There was
recent
a really
knowledge
round
has
cacti.
terrified you?
There was a really round cactus that was came up to my waist. It was the golden barrel cactus. It was really cute looking. Like, I'm surprised they don't use it for furniture, aside from, well, the spikes.
Was that one of the ones in the DC Zoo?
No. The botanical garden.
Oh. Fair. You know, the zoo, but for plants. I'm sorry.
What?
Botanical garden? It's just a zoo, but I'm making fun of me. Botanical garden,
would be pretty
zoo,
cool.
but for plants.
Honestly, yeah, they were roaming around in there, roving about. You could pet them, except some of them would pet back, and that was very upsetting.
Give them a little hug.
Many orphans were strung up in the trees, being slowly digested by vines.
Fair. You go in at around 4 p.m. every day. You get to watch them hunt. They throw some.
Yeah, they do get hungry around that time. Because 4 is the death number.
Yeah. It's
and they just know.
Weaker, lesser-known cacti. That's fine. That's just nature.
Yeah.
That's how it goes. The stronger cacti eat the lesser cacti. It's just nature.
Yeah. It's just true facts.
You know, honestly, they give you an opportunity to watch it happen.
Mm-hmm.
Incredible.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I tell you thusly. I tell you thusly. The plants, they don't like it when you play the saxophone. They get agitated.
Is it because of a specific song, or is it just the saxophone?
No, they weren't particularly fond of Bill Clinton.
You know, food, fair. Really, just falls down the line there. That's fair. Yeah, considering it's in DC, they've had a lot of experience with the Clintons.
It's true.
I didn't have a good follow-up for that. That was really fucking funny.
I have that effect on people.
Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Anything to elevate myself in the eyes of others. Including slowly standing up.
Actually, go fuck yourself. I was trying to take a sip of
Please, that was not that funny. That was not that funny.
It was funny enough to fucking choke on water. What the hell?
Got him.
Oh, what did you do to Nate? What did you do to Nate?
I
made a
killed
really
him.
fucking bad joke. The timing just fell right on spot. Like, you fucking, goddamn it.
We know that Nyano loves bad jokes.
It was a bad, good joke, but it was the timing.
It's always the timing. That's how you know.
That's true. That's a
'Cause after
good
all-
comedic understanding.
After all, what's the most important aspect of comedy?
Being funny.
Simpsons reference.
Timing!
I knew that's what you're gonna do. I stand by Simpsons.
Yeah,
references.
I also did, which also completely removes the point of it.
This is the problem, Nano, is you're talking to boomers.
I mean, this is true. This is true. Okay, all right, fine. What's the second
all
most
fucking
important?
old.
You know,
Yeah.
what's the second most important factor for comedy?
It's still being funny.
I mean, yeah.
It's it's making sure that people understand that making sure that your audience understands that they're on the inside and the butt of the joke is on the outside.
It's knowing the dude who runs the comedy workshop that you're trying to be at.
Oh, brutal.
This is true. Also, criminally underpaying people.
And also having a really bad cover of Journey.
That's
Just as a getaway.
Honestly, I think if you want to be considered really funny this day and age, you need to do really bad covers like Careless Whisper.
I think I can do that.
There's a Disturbed cover of Careless Whisper.
It would really help if I knew what Careless Whisper was.
You know, the ba 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 ba.
It's the sexy sax man. You know it.
Yeah. Well, I might not actually.
Kari, I knew I could count on Kari to have this the worst goddamn joke on the planet.
That's terrible, but it's also really good.
That's brutal.
That's so rough, Kari.
It's absolutely brutal. I can't stand this anymore.
She'll just have to play Careless Whisper.
Okay, can someone explain this to me? Why is it that, chewing on a straw, you can chew on it for days and you don't feel like the need, and you don't feel like it triggers your gag reflex. But the second I start chewing on like a wooden coffee dipstick or whatever, I just instantly gag.
I have no concept, man.
No concept? What do you mean?
Of what you? I've never had had this experience. Like chewing on a coffee dipstick makes you gag. I got nothing, man.
Well, coffee dipstick.
Like chewing on stuff doesn't make you gag?
No,
It's just wood, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's got that flavor.
Is it the flavor or the fact that it's like actively breaking apart? Because like a straw's not gonna.
No,
break apart.
no.
Keep chewing on
I
it.
just like lightly chew on it. We're talking just like compressing it with my teeth a little bit. And even like just using like my incisors or canines, right? No, I just gag. This is proof that I wasn't a beaver in a past life.
I've got nothing. I would assume.
maybe I
only
was, and that's what
because
killed
wood is
me.
Breaking down.
So you're experiencing sort of a karmic retribution from the wood.
No, I'm saying that I was such a bad beaver that I died.
But yeah, but why
Leave
would
it
it?
flavor.
Yeah.
The flavor. It's the bleached flavor of the wood.
I mean, wood is, at least in this case, wood is going to readily break apart faster than plastic will.
I mean, this is true, but the thing is, wood, when it breaks apart, it's indigestible cellulose, which has existed for like 400 million years.
Yeah, something like that. Carboniferous period.
Plastic ain't.
True, but the plastic isn't.
We're working on it. We're making progress.
It's true. It's true. I myself am devouring ungodly amounts of plastic just to save the world.
Fair. It's our responsibility to ingest all of the microplastics.
Oh no, I only do macroplastics.
Okay, that's fair.
I swallowed no fewer than 7,000 Coke bottles.
I did
You know
too,
what?
but they were the glass ones.
Okay.
Okay,
A little bit of a purist here.
A traditionalist.
yeah. You said the Coke isn't vegan?
It isn't?
I don't know. I just threw that out there. I wanted to disturb you.
I'm pretty sure it is.
Well, it depends on what they use for like the caramel color extract, actually.
It does. Because
some of them they use bugs.
Yeah.
That still came across as a fucking wild bait question.
You've reminded me of the most cruel thing I've ever seen somebody post on Reddit.
Go on.
Deaf men of Reddit. When did you learn that erections make a sound?
Oh my god.
Yeah, that's a good one. I like that a lot. That's powerful.
As funny as that is,
Yeah, it's like a starchy, fibrous sound. Not
I
akin
hate
to
it.
like, not unlike blowing up a balloon. They're like ding, 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 ding. I think my favorite post of all. Well, no, I have several favorite posts of all time.
I was getting more. I was
now.
getting more of a vibe of like a slide whistle, but
I was thinking like a low hum. Just a menacing hum.
It sounds like a fucking Harley going down the highway.
all the brakes included, of course. God, that fucking sucks. This is a terrible ass question.
Like I said, it was like the cruelest thing I've ever seen. Like truly inventive.
Dude, I love the brrrr noise.
Oh god, the door stop.
Oh, it's so good. It's so good. It pleases me when animals play with those things. And small children.
Yeah.
Oh no, Terry's there with you. The door stops.
My man. Okay, well, I think I need to go. I'm gonna die soon.
Good luck. We'll see you on your next life.
Don't be dead. Or two. Up to you, truly.
We are not your boss.
Not
He's
my
been gone for a
department.
moment.
Not my department. I don't get paid for that.
Oh yeah, thank you for the reminder, Blue. Alright, and...
He really did just yell his way out of here and then just go. So many things I've learned about VTuber movements.
What the fuck?
If you need to leave, just scream.
All right, Turi. Oh wait, hold on. I need to another little embellishment to do here. Hold up. Crap.
Oh, and Blue called them out. Incredible.
Yeah, blue is on it. Blue is organized. She understands the deal. All right. Hold up. Turi. Does this meet your satisfaction? This one might actually go in the portfolio.
That's good.
The worst part is, like, I can recognize mistakes and I'm just trying to convince myself not to get too caught up on them.
I mean, I know you're recognizing, obviously, the measurement between lines, but it still works out well from, like, a diagonal
Yeah,
comparison.
I was trying to be a little bit more creative with the composition than I usually am. Blue, do we need to create a take your meds blue redeem?
It's
I
also
doubt that
good
you
that you kind of... Go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say I doubt that Blue is taking amphetamines at 3 in the morning.
Yeah, sometimes you gotta.
Well, I mean, Nyano's, but Nyano's a different case. Nyano's got
That's true.
extenuating circumstances.
It's that cat.
What's that cat?
I was gonna say, it's good that there was a single L as opposed to a double L based off of where you kind of started it.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, that second L might like get a little too close to the G and throw the whole perspective off.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if that had been the case, I probably would have moved up a little bit more to the left. I think even then, I still think the overall balance would be slightly better if it was just a little bit up and to the left, like one line. I was really kind of going off of vibes. And in case anybody's wondering, I'm kind of leaving it on here because it's still clearly wet. And so I am giving it a moment. I might actually try to soak a little bit of it up, which is a little bit dangerous, but I'm gonna...
Now, I feel like there's a little bit of open space before the R in real that maybe could not be a letter, but more of an affectation or any kind of like just a quick little drawing or something.
This is the thing, like I need to, like, if I really want to get like good at this, I need to like actually pick up like how to do marginalia. Which is like arguably going to take longer than all of learning how to do calligraphy.
No, for sure. And I mean, if you're going for the more like Gothic slash, you know, long, or, you know, a bunch of priests or monks in a single room copying passages from the Bible, it's an understanding of the art forms that go within the Bible at the time that are just made to be easily like replicatable.
Well, the thing is, like, the hot part of Lightbox Kun is actually the edges. It's the edges. It's not the actual light. It's the Lightbox area is pretty cool. The edges, like, here are hot as hell. However, I've also sucked up a fair amount of the ink, so I think it's safe to move it. And I might, like I said, I might actually end up using that one. I need to reorganize my whole goddamn space. This is a nightmare. And where was the sheet where I was thanking the raiders? Where was that? Where'd I put that one? Oh, here. I need to get a desk that's like just like 50 sliding horizontal shelves. That's what I really need. That's what I need for this desk.
Fair.
Yeah.
Every one of them having a light coon.
I'm having a light
box.
Oh god.
Lightbox coon.
Oh, lightbox coon.
Honestly, that might be really well for you if there's like 3 of them and each of them have a different linguistic base.
Well, see what I could use. What I could do. So I'm probably going to replace actual lightbox coon because I'm pretty sure this lightbox, because it's pretty old. I'm pretty sure part of why it's running hot is that it's using somewhat inferior technology. So I think I can probably get a lightbox that runs cooler just by using more efficient LEDs than what were available when I got this one like 15 plus years ago. And what I could do that would be smart is, given that I use a fairly standardized set of nib heights and I'm using really kind of just 2 scripts, I could get lights on here. On the light itself, like permanent, like have like a or just like a taped down sheet rather than doing what I'm doing right now. Though this does have the advantage of like the guidelines follow me if I reposition the sheet. That's actually kind of nice. They're also not the best guidelines, right? Like this is pretty improvised. These are not like ideal guidelines.
Gotcha. It does remind me a bit of the again also old lightbox projectors.
Oh yeah, it should because it's the same basic tech.
I imagine it's the same general base. There's just no amplification or any kind of like glass overhead. At least not as current stand. I'm sure there might be one attached.
Well, older light, you can actually go old. This is actually probably more. This is more based on like old drafting tables would have light boxes.
Gotcha.
And like that was like an innovation. Like some of them, like I've used some of the old ones from like the 60s, and they're huge. And it's using just like an incandescent. It's just using like an incandescent that's like the size of a cabbage.
Yeah, no, those are the ones I'm used to via school, because it's not something I've really, explored outside of school.
Yeah, because you're a voice guy, not a drafting guy.
Right. My art and my handwriting are both horrendously bad. But at the time, via school, it was the case of the under light with the amplification, the magnifying to be, shot on the screen. Excuse my words, I'm very bad at them sometimes.
It's all good.
It was effectively a projector. It was a projector.
Mm-hmm.
Which is what I see in this, is just, without the actual magnifying glass and the projection aspect.
Yeah. I mean, the big thing is, like, obviously, like, I don't have anything I'm trying to project onto, so why would I need the right mirror right at the top?
Most of what I dealt with within high school was the 60s, 70s projectors. Weirdly enough, more often than not for science classes, nothing to do with English.
Well, I mean, the thing is, like, I was talking about this earlier, because it's been something I've been thinking about quite a bit, that, like, a lot of why Derrida is such, like, a famously difficult author to read is that so much of what he's talking about is based on, is assuming that the reader has a pretty solid grasp of grammatology, and specifically French grammatology, which, like, one, if you speak English, like, what? Also say if you don't speak French, you're like, what? And two, like, grammatology, like, we just, like, don't teach it. It's, like, functionally a dead subject, and has been for a very long time.
I would say that even modern day conception, if you're speaking, if you say the word grammatology, people are not going to know what the fuck you're talking about.
Yeah. We're not doing, like, I think very few people here have spent any significant amount of time, or possibly even any time at all, in a classroom where you were doing drills on like, okay, so which part of speech is this word? What part of speech is that word? Grand mythology is my dating habits. But...
Hi, you're a G-MILF. Do you know what that means?
But well, you know, as I say, hags are just women my age.
Fair enough, you're you. Not here to talk shit. I'm barely here to talk about languages.
Yeah. Well, like, how many of us here have like actually spent any amount of time like in a classroom doing drills on like, what is this part of speech? What is that part of speech? You know, that's a pretty dead subject.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know shit about writing, nor will I pretend to, because, you know, immediate defeat.
Instant loss, is that what that means?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Glad I got to use that term correctly.
Yeah, it covers. Again, my background, as you well know, is more IR, or just, I guess, technically comics. It's more manga related.
I mean, actually, I don't really know. I mostly know you as a guy from the voiceovers world.
Oh, that's fair. So, yes, voiceover and motion capture and choreography. But as far as, like, degree and interest goes, degree is international relations. Reading a bunch of shit is a whole bunch of manga.
Learning
like,
international relations from manga?
Sure. I mean, there's obviously there's an overlap.
I mean, there is like an actual one. I am kind of shit-roasting here, but like
no, I get you.
Yeah, there's a genuine, authentic. I'm mostly making I'm mostly joking, but like there's a legitimate thing here in that like Japan has for several decades off and on had a pretty direct and deliberate economic and cultural and international relations promotion campaign, generally known as Cool Japan, is like the highest level of it, but that's kind of just like a specific like program within a more general project of using Japanese like things that people abroad, using weebs basically, as like the audience for importing, you know, manga and J-pop and VTubers, and using that as, you know, part of their international relations program. And I just want to make a brief aside that one of the most annoying like anything I've ever dealt with was the stance I've heard a couple of times, which is that soft power, not very often, just like once or twice, but still annoying. Soft power is actually just a direct output of export of GDP. That's all that soft power is. There's nothing in soft power other than just economic power.
I don't like that.
It's dumb. It's dumb because soft power is a concept that was defined about the ways in which states can transcend that. Like it's about it's about their alternative options to developing power entirely through just like naked GDP and hard power. Like they literally like, I think that soft power is actually just hard power. It's like, no, this is stupid. This is just stupid. Like this is acid.
Right.
Like
I would argue under an international like understanding that soft power versus hard power is a direct reflection of what could be considered state influence.
Yeah, they are definitely both state influence. Yeah.
They both are, but like, which one would you argue is more easily spread without the influence of the state?
Oh, definitely soft.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that is where my basis would come into, is that soft power is not an influence of the action of the state at hand, so much as it is the influence of the society that is reflective. And which is why I would argue that like something like manga, at least within its initialization, is more of a soft power. However, it has become more of a hard power as Japan has given more money and more influence to effectively spread this as its own, like, you know, growth in its own interpretation.
Yeah.
But it's kind of, I don't know. So my background is, obviously I love reading a lot of shit. That's, as we've talked about before, as I've popped into your chat talking about. But I love reading a lot of manga. I love reading a lot of comic books. But I have a degree in IR, specifically with international relations and institutions and organizations specifically.
Okay, yeah. I'm getting a shape here.
You're fine. Yeah. And I've given presentations in regards to like international influence based off of state powers. I do have a published presentation under my name regarding bilateral and trilateral trade agreements in comparison to the World Trade Organization.
Oh, nice.
And how the World Trade Organization effectively becomes a usage of an imposition of power via more productive nations, whereas the WTO becomes a standard of it just becomes a standardization of trade for those who join in.
Yeah. This is one of those things I did find a little. I come from pretty lefty political spaces, right?
I mean, I do too.
Yeah.
I mean, I was born and raised in a more right wing aspect, but I did
many such
college. It's kind of a par for the course for a lot of white dudes that grew up and actually pursued more education.
I mean, it's hard to become more conservative after that, although a couple people have. Hold on, I think about that. Yeah, so there's definitely it feels very dated, it feels very 90s at this point. Definitely current in left-wing interpretations of international relations that the WTO is like organization of force, not even power, this organization of force that allows the wealthier members to exert violent influence over the weaker members of the WTO. And that doesn't really seem accurate to any of the things that actually happen with the WTO.
True. I wouldn't expressly say they're violent so much as it's as an expectation, and that if you don't follow the rules that are at play, you're just not part of a quote-unquote modern world. Generally speaking, I would use this as like a NAFTA argument. Obviously, that's been far removed considering modern circumstances due to whatever the bullshit we're going through right now.
Due to last 8 months of nonsense.
Yeah. So, but if you consider NAFTA and consider trade deals between trilateral trade agreements between Canada, U.S., and Mexico, they exist within their own right. They are not bound by the trade agreements that are set by the WTO, which, of course, the WTO was set as a post-World War II example to be able to, like, make these agreements across a global spectrum. It was not established as a thing that was expected to, be circumvented by nations doing their own fucking thing. It was set as like, hey, we're the ultimate, we understand trade, we understand how money goes, we are the first and foremost. Only to, again, 15, 20 years later, be like, hey, y'all are doing a great job, but we're going to do our own shit. We're still going to be we're still going to be with you, but we're doing our own fucking shit.
Mm-hmm.
So effectively, the establishment of bilateral, trilateral, quadrilateral, multilateral trade agreements, which are, they exist as an area of trade that circumvents the oversight of the WTO, which of course means the only folks that have to listen to the WTO are the ones that don't have those agreements.
Yeah. That was kind of my understanding. So the WTO is kind of a arbiter of last recourse for parties that don't have some other superseding trade deal.
Exactly. And it's that, but it's in reverse. It existed initially, but the trade deals came after as a circumventing.
Yeah. But I mean, last resort is not like chronologically last resort, but like if you
right,
like depending on who you are and which treaties you might be part of, you might not have to think at all about the WTO. Well, I should say your country as a whole probably does, but depending on what type of business we're talking about.
No, see that is correct. Generally, because if you want to be part of the international stage, you want to be considered by the WTO. So it still exists as that initial that line that you need to cross to be part of everything.
How many states are just fully not in the WTO at all?
Oh, jeez. It changes every year dramatically.
Oh, that's obnoxious.
Last I checked, it was back in college. It's 54?
Oh, that's quite a lot. That's a lot more than I expected.
Sorry, 154. I missed a 1. It's 166 at the moment.
Are in or are out?
That are currently in.
Oh, okay. I thought you were going to say like 164 out. I was like, wait, what? That doesn't sound right at all.
Yeah, no, it's 166 that are currently in. There's a lot of there's a lot of base examples that were used in pretty much any defense of any position. The two main being like the shrimp dolphin case, which was due to shrimp nets capturing dolphins.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna look this up.
I think it was a big one
in the WTO. What are some of the?
You'll find that they're going to be either folks that have removed themselves, or states that have removed themselves, or states that are quote unquote less to do.
Let's see. Huh, interesting. Okay, that map is just not very good. Full non-members. North Korea, perhaps the least surprising option.
No, surprise. Big surprise there.
Big surprise.
Which is fine, which is weird.
Palestine, that's surprising.
Yeah. North Korea actually gets a lot of leeway in a lot of international organizations.
The fully red ones, looking at it, I'm just like, I should not trust myself looking at the map. I see San Marino in there, which is really surprising. Eritrea is not members nor observers. Eritrea is not super surprising. Eritrea is an insane country. Monaco is the funny one. That was the one I was like, Monaco. North Korea is not too surprising because North Korea just like
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, kind of just does a lot of not things. But surprisingly, the surprising ones to me on this are Kiribati, Micronesia, Palau, Tuvalu, and Nauru. I don't know what that's about.
It's due to size and resources.
I guess. I do remember doing. I haven't been keeping up with my dailies all that much. Haha, dailies. But when I remember Tuvalu came up on Tradle, on OECD Tradle, and their total exports are like 100,000 a year. It's like even sending a single full-time person to the World Trade Organization is like not even justified, like not even like remotely justified. So like I get it.
Yeah. So basically, what it comes down to totalitarian regimes.
Mm-hmm.
In some cases, obviously not all.
Yeah, I can see some totalitarian regimes that are on the observer list, and
not all the time. There was a while there within different multinational organizations that even North Korea was a heavy consideration,
mm-hmm.
and it was purely due to it being a totalitarian regime, because there's no paperwork, there's no time lost.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be a case of like, hey, you want us to do something? Okay, we'll do it. I'm the leader, I can do this. There's no bureaucracy that goes into it.
Mm-hmm.
Which, if you have no moral standing or understanding of human life, that's great.
Yeah, no. This is the thing, right? Like you just don't have, if you just don't give a shit, you don't give a shit. Like
you go to a nation like Tuvalu that is actively sinking.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't have exports.
Yeah.
It has a URL, one specific URL, that it does quite well with.
Oh yeah. No, that's economically, it's not like they. I mean, I shouldn't talk too much about because I don't know that much about Tuvalu, but like they've managed to like make some amount of money off of that and tourism and a couple of other things. But exports is different than just like economics, right?
Right. It doesn't fall into what would be established as a 1940s, 1950s trade agreement state or trade agreement organization.
Yeah.
I would also argue that, there's no 2000s to 2020s international online trade agreement state. Actually, I would openly argue that because there really is none.
It is funny that they have the Vatican though in the WTO.
Oh yeah. I mean,
they've got even less exports, but they also have money to throw around.
And again, it's the primary church of one of the most expansive religions in the world. So
yeah. Oh yeah, the Vatican is actually a really excellent case study in talking about like the difference between soft power and hard power, and like why that difference is in fact real, why that's not like an illusion that you are being tricked into.
No, totally, because it's not inherently a hard power. It doesn't have that financial outgoing or anything like that. It's influence.
Yeah, its influence is and always has been grounded in people believing that the Vatican has some sort of authority over their immortal soul.
Yeah, that's a great example. Good call.
It's a fun one.
Another good example I'd like to bring up with people is stadium diplomacy.
Yeah, stadium diplomacy.
Which is, hey, we're going to put a bunch of people in where you live to build a thing that won't actually have any influence, despite the fact that we tell you it will. And now you owe us a bunch of money, and a bunch of our people live there. Good luck.
Good lord, yeah.
Wild understatement, and I'm sorry to, give that kind of lead into chat, but to give a better example, the concept of stadium diplomacy is the idea that, like, hey, our nation will help out your nation by building major structures of influence, primarily stadiums, which is where, stadium comes in. So they'll be like, hey, we'll spend hundreds of thousands to millions to hundreds of millions building a giant stadium within your nation. We'll provide everything. You'll pay us back later, quote unquote. So that you'll get a giant revenue of folks coming in to watch all of these sports games or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And those stadiums actively never get finished being built. So there's no actual recompense for that. And now, not only do you owe thousands to hundreds of thousands to millions to hundreds of millions to whatever nation agreed to build that stadium there, you now have a large influx of individuals from that said nation. Yeah, the Olympics is a huge example. The Olympics has been an example. The World Cup has been a huge example. It's been a case of overwhelmingly, unfortunately, say Northwest to Middle Africa, as far as influence goes in. But yeah, that's the idea, is that they agree to build a stadium that effectively puts your nation into debt, and now you have a bunch of residents from said nation living there. It's a reappropriation of colonialization, is what it effectively is. It is a capitalist perspective, or a capitalist-built concept of colonialization. As in, all of the money and all the time has already been spent there, so now you owe it to whatever nation. Horse shit, but
Don't trust a sporting arena that takes longer than like a week to build.
Yeah. It's wild. It is absolutely wild how much horseshit comes from building sports stadiums, even like within the U.S. alone.
I was about to say, I know this much more from the academic side, which is to say, not like as in like normal academic content, but in terms of like how universities are run. And it's a pretty consistent thing that schools spend an enormous amount of money on sports, and very few schools make it back. Very, very few schools make it back. And it's very often horseshit. Very often it is a promise that, like, no, the difference between Indiana Bloomington and University of Iowa is just that you don't have a good enough stadium. Your team, which I don't even know what Bloomington's team is, will be as popular as the Hawkeyes or the Tar Heels or the Minnesota Spartans if you just invest enough money in your stadium looking as cool as possible, which is bullshit.
Yeah, no.
Like, there's like a handful of teams that are really making money, like colleges, that is to say. There's a handful of colleges that are really, really doing well off of their sports programs. Like, Iowa's doing all right. I don't think actually Iowa's doing that good. Duke, Aggies, those are the big ones that I can think of. Duke, Aggies, most of the Big Ten are probably doing all right. I hope to God that Ohio, Notre Dame. Notre Dame's a good one. That's who I was trying to think of. I hope to God that Ohio's managing to make back money on that, because good lord, do they cause riots. But like, nobody's spending money to watch the fucking Scarlet Knights at Rutgers. Like, that's bullshit. Like,
yeah, no, it is something that, while obviously internationally speaking, internationally it very much exists.
Mm-hmm.
So I, born and raised in Virginia, got my degree from VCU, did all that fun shit. VCU is its own fucking can of worms.
Oh yeah,
for sure.
Yeah.
But in Virginia, there are multiple cases of like, hey, we're building a new stadium, and within the case of Virginia, and in the case of obviously different areas, different states, it turns into what is effectively a tunnel for a build of gentrification. It is primarily targeted towards less well-to-do locations, and it's to generally build up an effective GDP within that area, so that the group of people that they don't want there isn't there, quote unquote, so that they can build up a larger group of individuals that want to live there, want to be by that stadium, and want to invest in that. Never works.
Never works.
But again, it is emblematic of what is the core of gentrification, which is invest a bunch of money to try to make more money people be there, and everything backfires.
Well, it's kind
Because
of
you're
interesting.
racist.
I end up thinking about it in the case of like more broad urban development, where there's a handful of cities that have managed to do it quite successfully, and it's kind of interesting to me that even these success cases are often viewed by urban planners as failures. Like the big one that I see, right, because I live there, is that
Sure.
New York and Brooklyn and particularly Soho are really kind of like the blueprints for gentrification. And yet, there's absolutely a part of the political class and the urban planning groups that consider this to be a failure, because they are not judging it by the standards of the fact that New York in the 90s was a really fucking dangerous city, and in the 2000s is genuinely one of the safest place I've ever lived. And this has to do with like creating an environment that, I mean, New York has had two things going for it for its entire history. One is that it is the best port on the east coast of North America. It just is. And the other part is that, somewhat pursuant to it being the best port on North America, it is the financial capital of the world. And so being able to turn those into things that can be useful to local residents and not just things that are like extracted at some sort of abstract level, it has been part of the process. And so the city is now this mix of neighborhoods, some of which are playgrounds for the wealthy, some of which are pretty rough and dilapidated, and many more of which are complex mixed-use neighborhoods where, you know, it's a lot of people who work blue-collar jobs and work in grocery stores and wait tables, and then also like bankers and graphic designers and programmers who are making a lot more money. And the success case that the folks who are like real gentrification psychos are looking at is San Francisco.
I understand that from the concept of gentrification, but from the concept of like actuation.
Well, and from a standpoint of living standards, right? From a standpoint of living standards, like.
Well, I mean, I would say living standards as there's a joke that I'd like to go to, and it's specifically tied to San Francisco and Silicon Valley.
Yeah.
Which is every 2 years somebody reinvents the idea of the bus.
Yes.
It's nothing to do truly with income or style of living or anything. And I mean, that is emblematic inherently of gentrification. It has nothing to do with how these people grew up. It has nothing to do with how money, comes into these individuals. It's more of an appeal to invite more folks who make more money via whatever the reason is to go there. And in that case, San Francisco, Silicon Valley is hugely emblematic of what would be great gentrification.
Well, and it's frustrating because even from the perspective of the people who are doing the gentrification, even though I think somebody could probably fairly accuse me of that. Like I came to New York because I got like a decently, not a super high paying job, but a better paying job than I had outside of New York.
I would not say that's gentrification whatsoever. I'd say that's you doing the best for you.
Some people have weird standards and are highly individualistic about systematic problems. I don't think it's very
fair enough,
intelligent, but they're gonna do what they're gonna do. And
they'll
so
do their own thing.
they're going to do
That's
their own thing.
me.
So from the perspective of being like if you are, like, even if you're substantially wealthier and substantially more careless and substantially less integrated in your neighborhoods than I was, than I've been, you don't want to live in a city where poor people can't live. There are people who think they want that, but they actually don't. Because if you are, a programmer, if you're a programmer making, or a banker, right? Let's go with a banker, a less confusing one. You're a banker, you're making $150K a year doing spreadsheet mining bullshit. You want to be able to go out and buy a sandwich from a food cart.
Right.
You want to be able to order delivery. You want to be able to get coffee. You want the garbage to get picked up on a regular basis. And this is something that is increasingly difficult to achieve in San Francisco. This requires that you have a pretty complicated mixed type of neighborhood where people of various incomes and with various economic niches are able to survive. Yeah, everything closes at 10 p.m. in San Francisco. This is actually a worse way to live than the New York way of living. Right? Like,
true. And I would also like to establish that, regular pickup for trash and recycling is not a thing outside of more higher established areas.
Meanwhile, all of New York, whole damn city, everyday trash pickup.
Yeah.
Everyday trash pickup. I genuinely confused when I talk to my parents and they're talking about like today is trash pickup day. I'm like, what do you mean? Like, just put out the trash. Like, it's like, no. It's just, they don't have everyday trash pickup. Trash pickup is important, folks.
It's huge.
I actually,
and I mean,
this actually did just remind me of something really, just gonna take a real fucking turn here from a much less serious topic. One of the things that I love to think about is trying to make games that simulate a real world political problem that is not generally simulated in games. And one of the things that I think a lot of city builders are leaving on the table as a potential avenue of an axis of exploration for city building is waste management.
Oh, absolutely.
Like the production chains are in there all the time, right? Production chains are in there all the dang time. Tropico is all about their production chains. All about their production chains, all about that. And then, but waste management is a very complicated problem. How do you get clean and dirty water moved in the right locations? I think that we're going to have to start thinking about heat as a form of waste that needs to be managed. And I think that there is, I think that a city builder that is fundamentally about waste management rather than about production, I think it's got legs. I don't think it's going to replace SimCity, but I do think that it's something that could be more than just the way that Tropico does it, where you just put down garbage dumps and they just kind of reduce the amount of pollution in a radius around them. I think we can do something deeper and more complicated than that. I think in the case of something like a city build... Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
No, go ahead. Finish your thought.
City builders, I think, are particularly... I feel like this is a particularly important engagement with city builders, because city builders are not like boomer shooters, right? City builders have been, since SimCity, deliberately and explicitly political and educational.
Of course.
SimCity is pro-car propaganda. It just is. This is the thing that we know about the development of it.
I mean, we can immediately contest that actively via recycling.
Yeah.
And just how effective recycling actually is versus what, you're told the expectation is. Whereas active recycling, there's a little bit of plastic that actually gets recycled, but most of it's aluminum. And the rest of it, again, just gets tossed into what would be standard dump sites.
I do remember seeing some really interesting statistics about recycling that it was not what I was expecting. The most efficiently recycled materials are like lead is actually super efficient.
Yeah, lead does not. Well, it doesn't chemically respond or bond to anything else. It just exists.
It's
As
not completely
lead.
inert. There's a couple of lead. You can do some things with
There
lead,
are, but
I do-
as far, go ahead.
I was gonna say, like, from my understanding, the main thing about lead is that because it's really fucking poisonous, people are scared of
True.
disposing of it just in their own garbage.
True.
So, that's it. We're getting hit by ads. We're getting hit by ads. So I will be back. Me and Nate are gonna go use the bathroom
Together.
together. And we're back. Yeah, water, food, foul, and waste are all a massive headache. A thing that's, I think, kind of interesting about the possibility of doing waste management as a city builder type option is that a lot of what happens with waste management, and especially recycling, and Ion hinted at this, is the consent of the governed and the cooperation.
Yeah, no, hugely.
The willing cooperation of people to recycle is going to be a limiting factor.
A lot of the issue that we have with modern day recycling is the fact that local and, of course, federal governments don't really invest the amount of money that goes into it, which is kind of fucked up, considering within a lot of locations, the folks that are, actually providing recycling are the ones that are paying for the recycling fees.
Mm-hmm.
But when it comes down to, pay per response, it generally winds up being thick plastics, because it's easier to melt them down and turn them into thinner plastics, which is where a lot of Coca-Cola bottles come from. and aluminum.
Aluminum. One that I remember reading about being something that's got pretty successful recycling in terms of like percentage of potential recoverable recyclables that are actually recovered is like wood waste, like lawn clippings and stuff. Appears to like get recycled and reused at a pretty good rate, which I found kind of interesting.
I'm actually kind of surprised by that a lot because a lot of the process for recycling turns into burning.
Yep.
And if any of these things are going to be lost in fire, it's going to be wood.
As far as I know, what they're getting recycled into is mulch.
Oh, true. Actually,
the human demand for
a
mulch
lot of
is,
rubber
high.
products, a lot of rubber products get turned into mulch, quote unquote. So like tires and stuff, you'll find them pretty actively in playgrounds as rubber mulch.
Yeah, it's rubber mulch. Yeah, I was thinking about like like for growing mulch.
Yeah.
And the ones I remember being like really high was like lead was like 78+% of potential lead gets recycled, which is pretty impressive. And again, I think that's because like lead's crazy poisonous, and so people don't want to put it away in their garbage, and also like other people who work with lead in like industrial contexts know that they can get their asses sued. Yeah, batteries is the big one. Batteries. Lead batteries are still really good by the standards of batteries. Like, the reason why you don't hear about using lead acid batteries more often in most people's lives is because their mass impulse ratio is terrible. However, if you are on a boat, you do not give a shit. Like,
true.
If you're on a boat, it just does not matter because you're on a boat.
And also, batteries as a whole, you're not using standard recycling.
Yeah.
You're finding individual recycling locations. So like, so lead batteries, you find individuals that are, you pay them a little bit and they recycle your lead batteries.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, the alternative would be like you dump a lead battery somewhere, like, which is like
you just throw it in the ocean.
You just throw it in the ocean,
river,
which is
way.
Which is the sort of thing that's like so illegal you can actually get caught for it. So like, and people do feel like a certain amount of moral weight about like how poisonous lead is. I mean, support
more so in this year, and of course it increases every year. But between like lead and lithium ion, like that shit's going into natural resources all the time, rivers, woods. It's because nobody wants to pay to get rid of it.
Yeah.
Because it winds up being on part of the consumer to not only pay for the battery to begin with, but then pay for the battery to be recycled.
Yeah,
which is fucked up.
I am going to make a somewhat Rifter making that's a really good joke. I'm sorry. Throw batteries in the ocean so that we don't have to to support the electric eels.
That's true.
I've never heard that before. I like that.
Those boys got to be spicy some way.
And the other chemical I remember looking at that's just like the recycling rate and also the mining rate for it, which is like out of control, is hafnium.
I was gonna guess cobalt.
Cobalt I don't know about. I don't know where cobalt is on this, but hafnium is like, we've mined pretty much the entire world's quantity of hafnium already, and we recycle it at incredibly high rates. And you might be wondering, what the hell is hafnium? And why would we be so good at recycling it? What do we do with hafnium? And so what is hafnium? Hafnium's a metal. It's a pretty heavy metal. And it has some pretty useful thermal properties that make it incredibly well suited to nuclear reactor cooling rods.
That's a good one.
So that's why you've never seen it, is because there's very little of it, and it's pretty much all inside nuclear reactors, and it's pretty much all being recycled to be used in other nuclear reactors.
Fair. Let me also elaborate on this with cobalt, and not specifically cobalt, but a aside, which is Colton.
Yes, I know a little bit about Colton. Yeah.
Colton is almost damn near 100% from the Democratic Republic of Congo.
Yep.
And it is used in everything electronic. If you have a cell phone, if you have a Switch, if you have a PlayStation, it has Colton in it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's bad. it's just bad because the Democratic Republic of Congo is not held under any international standard as far as, like, you know, trade and labor or workforce goes. So a lot of it has to do with you know, warlord takeover. Yeah. And it turns into a series of how many series or states of removal in order to validate where you got your cobalt from.
Yeah.
So, you know, the more connections you have, the more folks that you agree with are just like, no, you were correct. It is effectively the legacy of Belgium in a comparison within regards to the rubber trade.
Oh yeah.
The more people that are in between, the further you can just be like, hey, I don't, that has nothing to do with me. This is who I traded with.
Yep. The Congo Wars are pretty fascinating, to be honest, from like a military history standpoint, and it's as the way in which it's the legacy of Belgium is, I think, pretty complicated, because I do want to add some agency back to Africa and not just be a condescending Westerner.
Of course.
But at the same time, it's really hard to do so in a way that doesn't put quite a lot of blame specifically on Mobutu Seko Sese and Paul Kagame, world's most terrifying man, Paul Kagame. And it's hard to imagine a turnoff point where the way that mining coltan looks more ethical or even sane, because Mobutu Seko Sese takes over the Congo in the 60s.
Right.
And he only leaves in the 90s. And he only leaves in the 90s under profound duress. And the way that he governs Zaire at the time, it became the Democratic Republic of Congo after he was ousted. The way that he governs Zaire is pretty effectively purpose-built to create the exact situation that we wind up with. And like, the connection to Belgium is kind of obvious, right? Like, for one thing, like, Mobutu Sese Seko could not have gotten into power and could not have ruled over the kind of country that he ruled over if Belgium hadn't already set things up that way. And he ruled with pretty explicit support from Belgium. Like, Belgium decolonizes, and the situation inside Zaire devolves pretty rapidly, and then when the dust settles and quite a lot of people are dead, on the scale of thousands, not on the scale of millions, on the scale of political leaders assassinating each other and coupping each other and garroting each other in the behind their offices.
True. I would argue that
wins.
I would argue the thousands versus the millions are not as huge in this regard.
Well, we'll get to the millions later. We'll get to millions of dead later.
True.
I'm just saying this was not so much open warfare as a really complicated assassination plots. This was early Game of Thrones, not late Game of Thrones. Also,
it does come up. It absolutely does come up.
It goes up. It goes up a lot. It goes up a lot.
It's called every state surrounding Congo and also Congo.
Yeah. So part of how Mobito Shisoseke is running things, he does a couple of things always stand out to me as interesting decisions. One is that he devolves power really radically and never invests anything in actual long-term infrastructure.
Yeah.
So if you are any sort of student of history, you might notice that as how to speed run getting a warlord state, or at least like putting incredibly ripe conditions for warlordism. I did get the glue off of my hands, Michan. I did save my hands. I did save my hands. And so like that's one part, right? It's like incredibly robust way to encourage a warlord state. And to give an extent of how thoroughly he encouraged a kind of warlord state, when the finances of his state got pretty dire in the 80s, he stopped paying military payrolls. And when people said, hey, what the hell? Which is an extremely reasonable question to ask about when you stop paying your soldiers, he gave perhaps the worst answer that you can give to this, which is, they'll pay, the army will pay for itself. By robbing the population.
Yeah, just go ahead and raid everything.
Yeah, we are just like ceding actual tax control over to the military, like the worst possible answer. The other part is if you
want money, earn it.
Yeah, well, I gave you guns already. You can figure out the rest. The other part of this that is the other part of this puzzle that leads to the total destruction of Zaire is that Mobito Shisoseke is a Cold War guy. He's very much like a right-wing pro-capitalist autocrat in the Cold War. And probably not surprising to you, the other countries around him tend to be pretty leftist because they're decolonizing African nations.
Right.
And he looks around and he also notices that he has the largest country by a mile. Like, it's not close. It's not even close. And so between the fact that like he kind of has carte blanche to kill leftists wherever he finds them, and there's a lot of leftists around him, and he views himself as the most prestigious and deserving of the most prestige, he spends a pretty large percentage of everything that he does in the 30 years he's in office, just dicking over all of his neighbors all the time. Often by supporting anti-government rebels with either money or with his own soldiers. And he's just doing this constantly, and he's getting away with it because, again, he's the biggest guy. He's the biggest guy in the room. He can do what he wants.
Right, and generally speaking, as far as, more leftist,
mm-hmm.
I mean, obviously I'm not discounting my own perspective. It does not exist inherently as a military perspective. It's not a show of force.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it not only does he have the numbers, even if the collective groups around him, which I would argue collectively would have a larger number to fight against Mobito at the time of Mobito and the joke is
Mobito is
Mobito. Yeah. Mobuto. Okay.
Yeah.
My apologies.
Yeah, you're good.
I want to make sure I'm correct in that.
I don't know how correct I am in that because I don't know.
I have only seen it written. It's not something I've heard.
Yeah. Okay.
So I will trust your judgment in that regard. It is inherently a confliction of ideologies in armament.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which does not. It will never reflect positively on the less active.
Mhm, mhm. So, the so he has been basically wrecking every other country's economy and sovereignty for, decades. And so that's what he's been doing. And he also hasn't been paying his military. And so one of the natural things that he does is Rwanda has a civil war, right? The Rwandan genocide. They've got a civil war that we get to know going down as a Rwandan genocide. And the people who are committing the genocide lose the war. And they retreat. They retreat into Zaire. And they get sheltered by Mobutu Sese Seko because, you know what? Fuck it, right? This is the MO. This destabilizes my neighbors. This keeps me as the most powerful country in sub-Saharan Africa. So I'm going to support these guys who are doing a genocide and are continuing to do a genocide, in cross-border raids, just because. And Paul Kagame makes a bet. Paul Kagame makes the bet that Zaire is actually not strong at all. That Zaire is very weak. That it is a paper tiger. And his advisors go, "What are you talking about?" And he goes, "We're going to invade Zaire." And they do. This is the first Congo War. And it turns out that Kagame is incredibly correct. Incredibly wildly correct. Because, as I mentioned, there's some consequences to not paying your own soldiers.
Yeah.
The first one of the ways that this played out in ways that is just truly comical to me is that at the start of the war, Rwandan forces come across the border and seize a border city. And the commander in the region is one of Mobutu's sons. And he orders the Soviet surplus rocket artillery they have, which I believe was an Uragan. I don't think it was a Smerch. I think it was an Uragan. Or an Urgan? I always forget. My Russian. To fire on a town full of their own citizens, which is a bit of a horrifying, nightmarish thing to do. To just rocket barrage your own civilians. Because of them being infiltrated and overrun by...
Okay, no, I looked it up. You would be correct in this case.
Uragan?
Yes,
Yeah.
Uragan.
And so they order he orders this, and the rocket barrage fails because somebody had sold the firing components as electrical scrap.
I didn't see that part, but I'd love to see it.
Yeah, incredible. So somebody has sold the firing controls, so the thing can't fire. And then he's like, okay, we're screwed. And he tries to flee via helicopter. And this also fails because somebody has sold the helicopter fuel.
That's fucking wild.
It's incredible.
It wouldn't be the first time a helicopter appeared inexplicably, despite no understanding of how a helicopter would appear.
Yeah.
It also won't be the last time, I say, as I'm looking at a newspaper.
Oh, Jeezy Pete's.
I'm not. I don't want to go into that with you right now.
No,
I
no.
know we're in the same aspect there, but like,
We can leave that one off stream, especially because I
Yeah.
didn't really check the news today, so I don't really.
No, that's fair. That's fair.
There was another really great moment from that war. This is a really horrifying war. Like, a lot of people die. Like, when I was saying, like, millions, when I was previewing before, like, this is like a millions of people level.
And again,
war.
it's a war that was not. I mean, no war is inherently like a thing that should be established,
Mhm.
but this is absolutely a war that only exists because of the influence of foreign powers.
Oh yeah. Well, it's the countries in question don't exist without the influence of foreign
Exactly.
powers. Like the way that the Rwandan genocide kicks off and goes is that France leaves Rwanda but leaves in place a francophone-friendly dictator, and the francophone-friendly dictator is a huge asshole about it, and he manages to piss off everybody enough that he gets invaded by a Ugandan-Rwandan combined army. Led by, not initially led by Paul Kagame, but eventually led by Paul Kagame because his commander gets assassinated in the middle of the war, and then Kagame comes into power.
Yeah.
And Zaire is, of course, also a Belgian and U.S. supported government, right? Like, its existence is entirely a creation of the Cold War, and
Yep. Sure fucking is.
And
that's why it kept lasting into the 1990s.
Oh yeah.
Damn near real close to the early 2000s.
Well, and I mean, it's in the case of Zaire, there's also kind of an open question of like what else could have happened in any event, because it wasn't the separatist states inside Zaire didn't really have a lot of momentum until like the 90s, and then they got a lot of momentum. They might have had more momentum in other situations. Oh, that's a rat must emote. Now I recognize the eyes. And the
I love the rat.
Love rat must.
It's a good rat.
She do be a good rat.
She do be a vampire.
The big stretch for me. The war goes. The other story from this war that I really kind of enjoyed as like a story of just complete insanity is during one of the more decisive battles, the Zairean military has completely imploded, like almost immediately. Paul Kagame was completely correct that Zaire's military has no internal cohesion and cannot supply itself and cannot operate at even a basic level, despite being much larger. That he is completely on the money on that one.
It becomes emblematic of a lot of foreign influenced militaries.
Yeah. It's kind of an extreme case, but yeah, this is. I
don't know if I'd consider it fully extreme, but but that again has a lot to do with more modern understanding and interpretation and what's going on right now in a comparison to what. I mean, again, obviously, there's still a lot going on with Congo and
there's still a lot of other things going on.
Still,
so things are continuing.
Of course,
but the story that I find kind of. This is more kind of closer to a fun type of story than a disgusting one, is that the Zairean military is basically completely in free fall, and so they're reliant entirely on foreign mercenaries. And they have a combined area where there are Serbian and French soldiers. And the Serbians are operating the only heavy artillery they've got access to. I shouldn't even say heavy. The only like field guns they've got real access to. And hello, Mara. And the French are operating as more like their infantry in this. And the French are really mad at the Serbians because they consider the Serbians to be slovenly drunkards and unprofessional soldiers and all this kind of stuff. And the Serbs retorted that the French haven't won a real battle since Austerlitz.
Funnily enough, not the first time either of those armies have been interpreted as such.
Yeah, it's a pretty remarkable.
Like that's like 200 years for both of them. Wild.
Leave it to the Serbians to bring up 200-year-old history in a.
You're a drunk. Well, you suck. Down the line, 200 years.
Yeah. And so that one I kind of enjoy. And the two units cooperate poorly and lose, and the thing that kind of needs to be said about this is a consequence of Zaire dicking over all of their neighbors constantly for 30 years means that once Rwanda kicks the door in, that means that Zaire very rapidly is facing simultaneous invasions from Rwanda, Uganda, which is not that much of a value add, but really importantly, Angola and Zimbabwe.
Oh yeah.
Who have actual, like, fully industrialized armies that go toe-to-toe with South Africa and win consistently. So that's a much scarier proposition for them. I did a collab with Clonk a long time ago. Yes, I'll be honest. I love Clonk. I mostly do calligraphy. This is true. I mostly do calligraphy. Yeah, I love
Uganda's also right there as being their main water source.
Yep.
So that became a gigantic determination, because obviously Uganda's, well, not obviously, but Uganda is a much larger state
than Rwanda, yes.
And
than
Rwanda, yeah. And Zaire, yeah.
But yeah, like the Angola has like actual modern tanks, and Zimbabwe has absolutely the best air force in sub-Saharan Africa. So the war goes extremely poorly for Zimbabwe, for Zaire incredibly fast. It gets overthrown. It gets the government replaced with a Rwandan...
Okay, question.
Yeah.
I don't think he means Zimbabwe. I think he means Zambia.
No, I'm pretty sure I mean Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe in the 70s had an actual, in the 70s through the mid 90s had an actual air force.
Okay, I'm looking at. I wanted to make sure I had a concept of what
Zimbabwe.
So
part of the reason why Zimbabwe is why in the mid 2000s, mid late 2000s, the Zimbabwe collapse stands out so much is because Zimbabwe was such a healthy country up until like 2002.
Okay.
Like
outside of my spectrum of knowledge in this regard, so I believe you. I just was looking at maps.
Yeah, no. Zimbabwe had like an actual like real functioning air force of, I think, mostly MiG-23s. And I don't think I had SUs.
Fair. I just want to make sure I have a solid conception of actual geographical locations.
No, I'm talking about Zimbabwe. No, it turns into like a pan-African war against. It's like everybody against Zaire. Once Zaire starts losing battles, everybody's all in. Except for South Africa, because, good lord, they cannot pick the winning side in any warfare. And this is what so their government gets replaced with basically a satrapy of a Rwandan satrapy, and they functionally get replaced with a Rwandan satrapy, and then this Rwandan satrapy turns out to be, surprise, surprise, incredibly corrupt and abusive, and not actually functional at governing the country in a meaningful way, and it does its own genocide, and then one of Kabila, that was the dictator, one of Kabila's bodyguards just flat out shoots him in the back of the head, which is a good way to never get a recommendation again as a bodyguard. And this kicks off the Second Congo War, which is considerably messier. Because if Rwanda had been perceived as a righteous avenger in the First Congo War, by the Second Congo War, they have completely squandered this reputation. And Paul Kagame is a terrifying man, a terrifyingly efficient man, but also a not gentleman and a man who people tend to recognize as a tyrant. even in interpersonal relationships. And so you spend about a decade between the First and Second Congo Wars puppeting an entire larger state and doing nothing to actually solve the issues that that state is having, and just making it so that you are the boot rather than the neck. It tends to hurt your ability to form alliances going forward. So instead of having a 10-on-1 absolute stomp of a war, the Second Congo War is a grinding affair.
True. I did a little bit of a dive, and I want to reiterate for my own fact that you are correct. Zimbabwe did in fact help.
Yep.
As part of the Air Force during the Second Congo War.
Yep.
That's me not knowing and wanting to admit that even if I didn't know, now I have to know now.
Yep. No, Zimbabwe had an actual functional Air Force.
No, I knew about the Air Force. I just wanted to make sure the actual application of it was historically correct. So,
and I'll be honest, I like calligraphy quite a bit. Obviously, I've done hundreds and hundreds of hours of it on stream. And what I will say about it as an art form and as a hobby is that it's quite cheap. It is quite cheap. And this is something that makes it easy for me to feel comfortable recommending it as a hobby. Is that, all you really need to get started, ignoring like looking up guides and books and whatnot, is like a pen and some ink and some decent paper. This is a speedball set, which is a little bit on the fancy and difficult to use side, and they're like $8. A Pilot Parallel is $15 and is considerably easier to use. So it's a pretty cheap hobby. Just get a pencil and paper to start. Yep. Same kind of logic here.
All right, friend. I'm gonna back out.
All right. Have a good night. Nate.
You have a good night.
By.
And thank you for having me.
Of course.
I hope I haven't been too inane.
No. You've been good, bud.
Be well. Catch you later.
I am not a drawer. My understanding is that compared to being a drawer, calligraphy is something of a repetitive hobby. I spend a lot of time writing similar sentences and practicing specific letter forms over and over again, which suits me just fine. Oh yeah. We were talking about the Congo Wars when you came in. We were just talking about the Congo Wars, which is an interesting part of history, and a conflict that I have found particularly interesting. I am a bit of a Rome nerd these days, and I do mini painting, and the majority of my miniatures that I paint are ancient Roman soldiers. I have so many historicals. I have so many historical minis because I put up similar box prices of sci-fi, fantasy, and historical minis on my throne, and it turns out that for the price of 12 fantasy minis, you can get 100 historicals. So I have 100 ancient Roman soldiers to work my way through. Actually, earlier somebody was asking about contemporary philosophy and political science thinkers of ancient Rome, and I don't think that there's a better one than Thucydides. I don't think there's a better one than Thucydides. As that, Thucydides spells out a lot of philosophy, of like political philosophy. I mean, there is like, they already went to bed. This was Mina Majesty was asking about it. There's a lot to be said about like Xenophon, and particularly pseudo-Xenophon. I think pseudo-Xenophon can tell you a lot of ancient interstate philosophy, interstate politics, but I don't think that going. I'm personally kind of the opinion that you should read secondaries first. Yeah, the Anabasis. I do think that you should read secondary sources first. I think that you can learn a lot from, say, John Ma about ancient Greece that would take you 1,000,000 years to learn by just reading the primary sources over and over again. I think that reading John Ma would be particularly good. I keep on recommending that people read Soldiers and Ghosts. I really like Soldiers and Ghosts as it's an intellectual history of Greek and Roman soldiers, which I think is very good. It's one of those things that I should probably talk a little bit on stream here more often about, that historians don't like military history is not a really independent branch of history. People sometimes think that like history is like, there's like military history, and then there's textile history, and then there's this kind of history and that kind of history, and like really pretty much all histories are like social histories, intellectual histories. There's diplomatic history is a real topic, and economic histories, and like that's. So, like, I've been reading a lot of military history, but they're never just military histories. They're usually either intellectual or social histories. They're very rarely just military histories. Soldiers and Ghosts is an intellectual history. Infantry in Battle is a social history. Shattered Sword is an intellectual history, right? It's very much on like that. Hunger and the Sword is an economic history. It's very much like that, and something real politic. Hello, Mallard. Hello, Mallard. We didn't get to talk about. I mean, the thing is, Sonny, I'll be honest. This was actually something I was going to comment on. Is that like the ability of somebody to be readable is not the same as them being accurate or even meaningful. The single most meaningful writer in American history and in the history of American philosophy is Judith Butler, and Butler is like a real competitor for like the worst writer I've ever read. Butler's writing is atrocious. They are correct. Like it's terrible. Like I don't even think that they would give themselves that credit, because they are a philosopher and a rhetorician, and I don't think that they want to think of Judith Butler. Judith Butler's most famous work is Gender Trouble. They write philosophy of gender. So they also wrote Nation and Nationalism, which I did not like nearly as much, and I don't think is nearly as influential. You might have, depending on like what you went to school for and when. If you went to school and you took 200 levels history or humanities courses, it probably came up. Unless you went to school in like the 80s. Oh, you didn't go to school at all. Okay. But yeah, Butler is, but it wasn't a good school. Ouch. Yeah, but Butler is incredibly famous, incredibly influential, and also just like the worst writer. Butler's such an atrocious writer. Cannot write their way out of a paperback. But they're also correct. They didn't even teach you trig. Ouch. I am sorry, son, I'll be honest. Trigonometry is surprisingly useful. Humans should get the chance to learn trigonometry and calculus. Humans should get those opportunities. No, I bring up the thing about secondary sources and even in relationship to Plato here, in that like somebody having a accurate argument and having a good writing style are not. Butler is common, yeah. Quinn, but Butler's super common. But Sun Albionus is did not, as they said, did not get a good schooling. But yeah, if you get into 200 level coursework in most subject areas, Butler is going to come up. And if you're in anthropology and sociology, they'll probably come up in 100 level coursework. Butler's really important. And really valuable and really, really, really annoying to read. Just like the worst writer. And the... Russell? Okay. Russell is pretty modern. Wittgenstein I would recommend learning. Wittgenstein's really useful. Wittgenstein is one of Russell's students. And I find that Wittgenstein is a... Wittgenstein doesn't get to be the most important American philosopher because Wittgenstein was an Austrian philosopher, so he gets to be the most important Austrian philosopher of all time. But if Wittgenstein had been American, they would give Butler a run for the money. Wittgenstein wrote in two very different periods, and wrote in very, very different ways. And so... that's you can get a very different impression of what Wittgenstein was about depending on if you're reading the Tractatus or if you are reading philosophical investigations. You'll get a very different idea. Very much a beginner. That's fair. I think that philosophical investigations is very accessible and you can really understand what it's about very quickly. The Tractatus, you probably want to read some prerequisites for. And I don't even know that I would recommend trying to understand what he's talking about outside of a classroom environment. I would definitely recommend having an actual teacher. Invisible Cities rocks. Good luck, Michan. Invisible Cities is super good. Love Invisible Cities. Love Invisible Cities. But I do still generally recommend, this is leading into me why I recommend reading secondary sources before you get too deep, or just like alongside primary sources, is because you might not be understanding context. There might be a lot of context that you're missing and not understanding. I don't just mean like commentary stuff, I mean like, it might be difficult to keep track of why okay, so the fact that two people have ordered books that I have recommended makes me really think that I should reapply for I should reapply for Amazon affiliates. I was Amazon affiliate briefly, and then it wasn't used enough, so I got booted from the program. But I might try that again. I think it's just like 3 orders in 6 months or something like that. I didn't realize that it had like a minimum activity requirement to get used, to be useful. Otherwise, I probably would have rethought what I was doing. Amazon should be considered an addictive substance. It's a storefront. You into Abe books, because your local bookshop couldn't get. Ah, gotcha. I am a sicko. I rely primarily on the library. Oh, it never even occurred to me to try to order print on demand from Amazon. I buy things off of Amazon with some frequency, but it's always like stuff from suppliers. Like I always like look up the supplier beforehand, and like it never occurs to me to just like shop via Amazon recommendations. I look up something that other hobbyists say is good, and then or that I get from recommended from somewhere else, and then I tend to buy them on Amazon because my local stores are not very good. I used to always try to buy local, but then I had some pretty bad experiences with the local stores, so it's Oh, interesting, Michan. Yeah, I've interesting, Michan. I'm guessing it was much more likely that it was just sloppy than that it was lack of experience. There's probably more likely lack of care. Because Amazon will let people publish anything. They do not give a shit. Well, what Amazon will do that always stands out to me is that they just kind of mingle stuff haphazardly. And so if you're buying medical equipment, don't buy it from them. Use, you know, for safety equipment, buy them from trusted safety suppliers like you know, like with MasterCard and stuff like that. Like don't buy them from Amazon. I want to finish this word. I'm not going to. Yeah, that could be entirely possible. Again, like people self-publish on there all the time. Oh, and actually, I'm sorry, I should have responded to this earlier, but yeah, academics generally are not particularly skilled writers. Academic writing has its own kind of set of norms, and some academic writers are perfectly competent or even like pretty artful writers, but like by default they are not. I like Paul Erdkamp quite a bit. I actually don't think Erdkamp is a particularly inaccessible writer, but he is very dry. Right? He is very, very dry. There's very little artfulness to Erdkamp's writing style. Erdkamp is really just kind of getting the words on the page in an efficient manner. And, you know, he is writing in ways to indicate to other academics that, like, he has done his work, that he knows how the jargon operates, that, you know, that you can trust him. Not very little concern for making it the easiest to understand. I mean, the worst writer, I would say the worst writer is, I think Butler might actually be the worst writer that I can name that I think is worth reading. The other writer that I tend to highlight as an exceptionally poor writer is Kant. Immanuel Kant cannot write. Oh my goodness. Immanuel Kant, terrifyingly bad writer. Yeah, Beard's not a bad writer. Beard's pretty accessible. And also respected at the same time. Like, I love Michael Hudson, and Michael Hudson is just like... Michael Hudson's a terrible writer. I actually did not even realize how bad Michael Hudson was as a writer until I talked with a lawyer, and the lawyer had to tap out on reading Hudson's books. Like, I thought Hudson was, like, pretty rough. I thought Hudson was pretty dry to read, and then, like, a lawyer friend of mine will think, I can't read it. It's too dry. And I'm like, whoa, okay, this guy is saying this. This is... complete nonsense, as all German philosophers are. That rocks. That rocks. That sounds like Chomsky. Chomsky does not have a lot of affection for continental philosophers. Though usually Kant doesn't tend to get lumped in with the continentals. Kant's usually considered like a proto-analytic. It's usually like Nietzsche is usually the dividing line where people stop having a lot of sympathy for them. Probably wait, hold on a second. I was looking at the wrong thing. Ads are... No, I didn't mean to do that. I meant to snooze. Alright, I'm back. I meant to hit snooze. I apologize for that, chat. I apologize for that. I feel very dumb about subjecting you to an extra set of ads when I meant to delay from them. So, yeah, I mean, Gibbons is actually a kind of interesting example, because Gibbons is, like, Gibbons is a really good go-to example of a person who he is writing about ancient Rome, but what he is actually writing about. What he is actually writing about is about his own emotions and his own feelings and his own intellectual movements that he is participating in the 18th century. It is very much not about anything that was happening in ancient Rome, because he's dramatically misinformed at a basic factual level, but perhaps more importantly, he is letting his own biases about 18th century British politics drive his conversation. And this is not the first time that this happened. Like, one of those things that needs to always be understood about Xenophon. I'm a known Xenophon hater, which probably shows something of my age, because apparently, weirdly, Xenophon seems to have been somewhat recuperated a little bit by the Zoomers. The Zoomers seem to actually kind of like Xenophon weirdly, as opposed to, the dominant consensus view on Xenophon as a historical source is that Xenophon is a barely acceptable backup source and is only considered acceptable because of Thucydides' death. Like if Thucydides had lived, there would be no reason to read Xenophon. Well, Xenophon is bad at fact-checking, and the bigger thing, this is the big thing about Xenophon, is that Xenophon's writings in particular about Sparta and Athens are not really him writing down actual observations. They are him doing political advocacy disguised as ethnography. He is, I think, generally he is seen by people, apparently, again, Zoomers seem to have a somewhat different consensus, but among people who are like millennial, Gen X, and boomers who are Greek nerds, who are ancient history nerds, Xenophon tends to be regarded as the David Brooks of ancient Greece. It's not his qualifications. It's not about his qualifications. Xenophon was an accomplished military leader. That's not the issue. The issue is that Xenophon isn't honest. It doesn't really matter what else it is. It's that Xenophon is willing to lie to make his position as an anti-democratic agitator look nicer. And he's not even very good at it. That's the issue with Xenophon. It's not whether or not he had experience, it's whether or not he's a crank. And that's usually the issue brought up with him. But it's Livy tends to be considered okay. Livy, I think Livy's usually considered all right. Xenophon and pseudo Xenophon, Plutarch is the one who tends to get brought up as the really untrustworthy one among the ancients. I think Livy's usually considered like fine. Not like great, but fine. The book after was a terrible trilogy. Yeah, Parallel Lives is actually like a canonical, very straightforward example of a history book, like a primary source that's like more useful to read about than to read itself. Because Parallel Lives, in case people aren't familiar with this book that Son, I'll be honest, and I are talking about, Parallel Lives is a book by Plutarch, Roman historian, and the structure of the book is pairing two characters at a time to showcase one character that is one historical figure that is virtuous and one that is vice, right? So it's Goofus and Gallant. He is doing Goofus and Gallant through through biographies. He's doing a series of short biographies that are Goofus and Gallant, these Goofus and Gallant pairs. And the thing is that the Goofus and Gallant structure is more important than the actual facts. Plutarch will not let the facts get in the way of a good stories. That's the core of it. That's the reason why Plutarch is considered not a very trustworthy source. Sometimes he is the only source, so we just kind of have to roll with it a bit. Like, I think there are some stories about what's his name, Pyrrhus. I think there are some elements of Pyrrhus's story that only survive in Plutarch, so we just kind of have to roll with it and just kind of take it with a grain of salt. But pretty much any other time, like, you can get somebody who, if you can get somebody who contradicts Plutarch, you pretty much always rely on them. So that said, we are at hour 7 and change. Again, I apologize for putting you guys through an ad break when I was actually hoping to. I wanted to hit snooze and then talk a little bit and then raid out. I am tired. I am ready to call it a night. Yes, thank you, Son Albionus, for stopping by. Thank you, everyone else, for stopping by. Because it is the start of the week, that means we actually have a schedule that is meaningful. Tomorrow is going to be some sort of game night. Again, the hand needs some rest. I need to not be doing calligraphy with it every single day. So tomorrow is going to be a game night. It is very, not 100%, but pretty likely to be Terra Nil, because I was really enjoying it last time I played that on stream. I really enjoyed Terra Nil. Wednesday night is game night on the Discord server, link below in the About page. And we are going to be watching Days of Being Wild and 500 Days of Summer on Wednesday at 10 p.m. And Thursday we're going to be doing another hand cam, 50-50 odds on calligraphy or miniatures painting. I'll make it up as I go. And that is the week. I am trying to take it a little bit easier because, again, new model reveal. New model is incoming. New model is incoming, and subathon is incoming later this month in like 2.5 weeks. We are doing a subathon and a... so I've got new model, I've got new backgrounds, new redeems for the subathon. So we will be doing that. That's what. So I need to take some time. I need to take the time to get art assets together and set up stuff for the event. And so I really should not be streaming 4+ times a week. Last week was way too much. Last week was way too much of a streaming schedule for me to do what I need to be doing. So we're going to raid out. We're going to raid Ratmost. Ratmost is playing Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines. I like Ratmost quite a bit. They are a lovely fella. Very calm, very relaxing place to hang out. If you... Yeah, I mean, I like Ratmost a lot. If you do not have my emotes, you can use that one. If you do have my emotes, you can use that one. LOL, my bot doesn't have my own emotes. But yeah, it copies and pastes just fine. So I will see you all later. Thank you for stopping by. I will hopefully see you tomorrow for some more. Yeah, the rat with a phone. Yeah.